Chapter 2895. Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and the others acted quickly. After they made the decision with Du Xiaofu, they immediately met with the other major powers of the 33 heavens. After that, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Qing, Long Ke, Long Su and a dozen other young experts of the meditative realm came out to persuade them. Many experts of the 33 heavens gradually came to know that these young meditative realm experts came from a place called the 3,000 Great Worlds. Many people were curious about the 3,000 Great Worlds, but now that the demon race was facing a great enemy, no one dared to ask about it in detail. They only made some simple inquiries. However, this couldn't hide one thing. These young people were deeply related to the Yuqing divine kingdom of the Chang Rong heaven. This represented the ultimate power of a large world. No one dared to neglect it. Their opinions were naturally very persuasive. Moreover, after hearing that the young Yuqing divine emperor had a way to deal with the blood ancestor, the ancestors of the various major powers all fell into a long period of contemplation. The result of this contemplation was that most of them chose to believe it. The 3,000 great worlds are definitely not simple. The Lu family alone has so many meditative realm experts, and all of them are very young. It's hard to imagine. According to this logic, they must have even more terrifying existences on their side. They might even have Tao-bearing realm experts. Someone among the experts of the 33 heavens made such a guess. With the support of Lu Jingyun and the others, they slowly began to believe Du Xiaofu's words. They felt that he might really have a powerful background that could deal with the blood ancestor. If that's the case, then let's kill our way to the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. We can't let those beasts live. Someone said, his eyes filled with killing intent. The existence of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven was like a bone in the throat and a thorn in the back for all living beings. If they didn't remove it, no one would be able to live comfortably. If it weren't for the blood ancestors' ferocity, the beings of the 33 heavens would have already razed that world to the ground. They wouldn't have delayed until today. Since everyone has made their decision, then let's pick the best people and depart as soon as possible. This time, we must sweep through the Qianshu Jinghua heaven directly. We can't leave this huge disaster behind. Du Xiaofu stepped out and said to the crowd when he saw that the old ancestors of the various forces had made their decisions. All right. Let's go make preparations immediately. We'll sweep through the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Leave the beasts there to us. If the blood ancestor interferes, the Yuqing divine emperor will have to think of a way to deal with him. Many people nodded, and then they dispersed, returning to their own forces to make arrangements. After waiting for some time, most of the worlds in the 33 heavens had sent out a large number of experts. Each world had one or two patriarchs of the meditative forgetfulness realm, as well as countless eternal and truth-severing experts. They formed a majestic army that gathered at the entrance of the God-Devil battle realm. On this trip, there are no less than 40 to 50 people in the meditative and forgetful state. Their overall power is much, much stronger than that of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Let's go together. There can't be any accidents this time. Lu Jingyun said to Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Qing, and the others. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded. He knew that Lu Jingyun had seen through his plan. If they went with him, he would have more confidence. Let's go. When everyone was ready, Du Xiaofu waved his hand. Together with many experts, they broke through the void and charged toward the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Several tens of meditative and forgetful state experts struck out directly, creating a majestic void passage for many experts to enter. With the help of this void passage, their speed of reaching the Qian Su Jinghua heaven would be greatly increased. It would be even more convenient than using a wormhole. The innumerable army moved. Everyone was brimming with killing intent. When they all appeared in the other world, their killing intent was condensed to the extreme. We've arrived at the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. These beasts, we've allowed them to live for countless years. It's time for them to pay the price. Colluding with the demons, they should be killed. Violent auras surged from all over the experts' bodies. Their figures floated high in the sky, absolutely overbearing. The arrival of these people also caused a great disturbance in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Who are those people? They all look so scary. Have they come from other worlds? They seem to have come to the Qian Su Jinghua heaven with ill intentions this time. What a terrifying army. Are they going to flatten this world? For those beasts, whose cultivations were not too strong and whose backgrounds were not too deep, many of them were stupefied when they saw so many experts descend on this world. Judging from the attitude of the newcomers, it was very obvious that these people did not come with any friendly intentions. But those beasts with powerful backgrounds had a completely different attitude toward this matter. Quickly inform the clans that the experts from the outside world have arrived. Fight them immediately. Tisk tsk, these outsiders are really bold. Do they want to die? This kind of power is indeed enough to sweep across the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven. But they seem to have forgotten the existence of the blood ancestor. Senior blood ancestor may not get into action for the time being. Let's fight them first. Luckily, we've already anticipated this kind of thing and made some corresponding preparations. Inform the clans to fight them immediately. Voices came out from the mouths of the experts of the Qianshu Jinghua heaven one after another. Some of them let out gloomy laughs. Some of them felt their blood boiling. They had already predicted all of this and sent the news out in an instant. However, even more people still had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces. They discovered that their opponents were numerous and powerful. They were several times more powerful than the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Luckily, countless beasts' major powers had made some preparations. They began to mobilize their forces in an orderly manner. Immediately, the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven boiled up. Countless experts also began to gather. Under the attack of the meditative forgetfulness expert, it did not take long for them to gather together and confront the experts from the other worlds of the 33 heavens. Du Xiaofu, it's really you again. Very soon, the experts of the Taisher Demon Dragon clan, the Green Blood Giant clan, the Divine Underworld clan and so on appeared. They saw Du Xiaofu standing in front of the crowd. There was deep hatred in the eyes of these beasts. They had suffered too many losses at the hands of this human brat. And today, with him as the leader, they came to attack the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. That's right, it's me. I know you all want to kill me very much, but I can tell you with certainty that this kind of thinking is nothing more than a daydream. Du Xiaofu's eyes hardened as he responded. Is that so? Du Xiaofu, if you have the guts, fight me. I swear I'll tear you to pieces. At this moment, the dragon devil ancestor of the Taisher demon dragon clan stepped out. His eyes contained endless hatred. He stared at Du Xiaofu with fierce eyes, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces with his gaze. The dragon devil ancestor was the first meditative forgetfulness expert to come into contact with Du Xiaofu. At that time, Du Xiaofu was just an ant in the truth-severing stage. He was the kind of person who could be killed directly with a gaze. However, when that long blade appeared at that time, not only did he fail to kill this brat, he was injured by the blade instead, causing his cultivation to regress greatly. From the second stage of meditative forgetfulness, he fell directly to the first stage of meditative forgetfulness. And now, nearly 1,000 years had passed, and this injury was even more serious. The dragon devil ancestor was shocked to find that his strength was actually only at the initial stage of meditative forgetfulness, which made him very angry. It could be said that Du Xiaofu was the chief culprit of all this, causing him to have such an encounter. Fight with you? Why not? I'm just afraid an old bastard like you won't be able to take a few hits from me. Du Xiaofu coldly snorted, his purple robe fluttering in the wind. He took a step forward in the air, facing the dragon devil ancestor, and shouted, "Come and fight." Good boy, I thought you only knew how to hide under other people's pants, but I didn't expect you to actually have the guts to fight me. Since you want to die, this old man naturally can't disappoint you. At this moment, the dragon devil ancestor was so happy that he was about to jump up and down, his heart was incomparably excited. He originally only wanted to vent the emotions in his heart, but he didn't expect Du Xiaofu to actually dare to accept the challenge. Under the other party's deliberate concealment, although he couldn't see through the other party's true cultivation, he could still sense that this brat had grown terrifyingly. However, this couldn't stop anything. Even if the other party was in the Void Dao realm, as long as he hadn't directly stepped into that profound place, it was impossible for him to be a match for a meditative forgetfulness realm cultivator. Therefore, the dragon devil ancestor swore that after he made his move, he would definitely kill Du Xiaofu in an instant, so that he wouldn't have any chance to resist. Kill. An ancient word came out from the mouth of the dragon devil ancestor. His aged figure rushed out and headed straight for Du Xiaofu. With a flip of his wrist, he struck out a large amount of the source energy of the great path. The fingers of his wrinkled palms were like withered branches as they flicked repeatedly in the void, weaving endless rules and order, affecting a large area of the nearby space. As his hands moved, Du Xiaofu's body was instantly wrapped up by a majestic force. Boss. Father. Divine Emperor. Brother Du. Seeing all of this, many people cried out anxiously, especially Du Xiaoyao, Little Star, and the others who were close to Du Xiaofu. They knew that Du Xiaofu's strength had increased at a terrifying rate, but presumably, if he were to fight against a true meditative ranker, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Don't worry, let Uncle Master Du fight with him. Maybe the result won't be what you think. Lu Jingyun said as he looked at the purple-robed figure in the air with a deep smile on his face. He stopped the crowd and comforted them softly, stopping them from rushing forward. Is it really okay? Du Xiaoyao, Little Star, Chu Daoju, and the other experts all looked at each other in dismay, somewhat doubtful. However, looking at Lu Jingyun's confident appearance, their worried mood slowly eased. Let's not just watch. These beasts must all die. At this time, an accompanying meditative ranker said ferociously, drawing the attention of most people from Du Xiaofu and the dragon devil ancestor. The purpose of their trip was to wipe out the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, so that the countless beasts here wouldn't become a disaster in the future war. What are you waiting for? Kill. Another expert said loudly. His voice spread in all directions and was heard by countless people. The Qian Su Jinghua heaven colluded with the devil clan. It must be destroyed. An expert from the Yinxiong Wu heaven shouted coldly. His domineering and majestic voice made Du Xiaofu and the others tremble. What are you waiting for? Follow me and kill. Another meditative ranker shouted. In an instant, a large amount of origin energy of the great Tao spread out in the air and attacked the crowd of beasts. Kill. How could the others continue to delay? They even raised their swords and knives and rushed out. Kill. None of the beasts in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven should be left alive. This huge disaster can't be allowed to continue to exist. Since you dared to collude with the devil clan, you must pay the corresponding price. The price is to make you disappear from this world. In the rage of the crowd, countless people collided with each other, breaking out a shocking battle. For a moment, the earth in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven shook and the earth cracked. Huge energy hurricanes surged and roared in all directions, piercing through heaven and earth and sinking the sun and moon. In just a short time, the blood of living beings spilled in the sky and dyed half of the sky red. Kill. Loud shouts reverberated through the air, piercing through the 9 heavens and shattering rocks. The reaction of the beasts in this world could not be said to be slow. They had already expected that they would be encircled and annihilated by the experts from the outside world, so they had already made preparations. As soon as these people stepped into the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, they attacked. But this scene was also within the expectations of many experts. There were really too many experts from the outside world. They blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, crowding the entire boundless sky. Many beasts were killed in a single confrontation, dying an unnatural death. Join hands to block them. Once Senior Blood Ancestor makes his move, these people will all die without a burial ground. The experts of the Taisher Demon Dragon clan could not help but shout loudly. They felt incomparably anxious about this scene. The overall strength of the 33 heavens was really too strong. It could really sweep them away easily. If it were not for the existence of the Blood Ancestor, this huge backer, perhaps many beasts would have already collapsed by now. How could they still have the heart to continue fighting? And this was also their deepest belief. Humph, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait for the Blood Ancestor to come and save your lives. Shu Daoju's words were deep. His long saber slashed down toward the sky. Immediately, a part of the world was cut open. A huge crack appeared from the top to the bottom, standing between heaven and earth. Along with this, the body of an immortal beast was directly cut into two halves by this saber. His corpse was separated from the middle and continued to be twisted into a bloody mist by the tyrannical power. He could not be more dead. Chapter 2896. When his invincible ninth heavenly layer cultivation base burst out, how tyrannical and absolute, he instantly killed several beastmen. And in other places, a group of meditative experts were also fighting with each other. Endless great Tao origin condensed into brilliant rays of light, sweeping in all directions and shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven was shaking. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth shook. The experts of the other worlds of the 33 heavens were completely surrounding the Qian Su Jinghua heaven's many beastmen. In just a moment, a large number of experts had fallen. Of course, most of them were beastmen of this world. Almost every one of them was facing the joint attack of several experts. Clouds of blood mist exploded and filled the void. Then, it was swept away by the tyrannical power into nothingness. Among everyone, only Lu Jingyun didn't make a move. He stood in the air with one hand behind his back, watching the battle between Du Xiaofu and the Dragon Devil Ancestor with shining eyes. That purple-robed youth was his martial uncle, but after all, he had only been cultivating for a short period of time. His cultivation base hadn't reached the peak yet. In Lu Jingyun's view, he was afraid that he still couldn't compete with the Dragon Devil Ancestor. So he was ready to help at any time. Du Xiaofu absolutely wouldn't allow an accident to happen here. However, the more he watched, the more shocked Lu Jingyun became. Martial Uncle Du's strength, he murmured, unable to restrain the astonishment on his face. Under his gaze, he saw that outside the Dragon Devil Ancestor's body, a terrifying great Tao origin energy was wantonly spilling out. Like waves of dense mist, it turned into a chaotic state. On the other hand, this chaotic state ceaselessly transformed and formed a world that seemed real, and it enveloped Du Xiaofu within it. As a meditative expert, although he had suffered a Tao injury in the past and his cultivation base had fallen greatly, after all, his foundation was deep. If he really used his full strength, the scene was frightening. That great Tao origin energy kept splitting and changing, turning into a vast and surging great Tao origin energy. Then it condensed into the most ferocious great Tao origin attack, directly falling on Du Xiaofu's body. "You old bastard, is that all you've got?" Du Xiaofu's eyes were clear as he stood in midair. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. Time, space, matter, life, the power of the four primordial laws surged out at the same time, flowing like flowing water. The origin energy of these laws constantly intertwined, forming a huge cocoon of light that firmly protected his body. Endless Tao rhythms were naturally born, filling the void. The quantitative change caused a qualitative change, and also produced the power of the great Tao origin, resisting the attack of the demonic dragon ancestor. Such a scene made it difficult for the terrifying power displayed by the dragon demon ancestor to touch him. Du Xiaofu understood that his current cultivation base was at the second level of the ethereal path realm. Of course, he was much stronger than the ninth sky of immortal realm. However, he was still far from the first level of the meditative realm. The origin of the great path he had created wasn't thick enough. However, he still had his own trump cards. If he used all of them, he still had some hope to compete with the demonic dragon ancestor whose cultivation base had plummeted. Du Xiaofu, since you want to die so much, this old man can't let you down. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the demonic dragon ancestor's old eyes narrowed, releasing a strong hatred. As his voice fell, the pair of shriveled dragon horns on his forehead emitted a dazzling scarlet light that directly pierced through all the obstacles. Even the layer of protection outside Du Xiaofu's body gradually melted like snow under the blazing sun. Such a change made Du Xiaofu's expression dignified. An old man who had been accumulating power for countless years, indeed, couldn't be underestimated. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, in front of Du Xiaofu's shocked eyes, the two dragon horns of the demonic dragon ancestor directly left his forehead, flying into the air and expanding in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the two dragon horns stood up like pillars that reached the heavens. They were indomitable, reaching up to the heavens and reaching down to the nine hells. Du Xiaofu, I admit that you are indeed very powerful. To be able to cultivate to this extent at such a young age is truly commendable. But if you dare to be arrogant in front of me with your little bit of strength, then you are simply courting death. The demonic dragon ancestor shouted loudly, shaking the void and shaking the heavens. He glanced at Lu Jingyun, who was quietly watching the battle in the distance. When he discovered that the other party had no intention of interfering for the time being, he felt even more secure in his heart. As long as no one else interfered, Du Xiaofu would definitely be unable to withstand a single blow. After the demonic dragon ancestor finished speaking, an old palm stretched out and gently pushed. Rumble. One of the two gigantic dragon horn pillars fell to the ground, emitting a terrifying rumbling sound. These two dragon horns were too majestic and thick. As they collapsed, they released layers of incomparably terrifying power, transforming into an invisible force that gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. What a terrifying technique! Du Xiaofu's eyelids kept twitching. Looking at this scene, he felt as if he had seen the great Tao collapsing. It was terrifying. The heavens and earth shook, and the sky was directly smashed into a state of chaos by the collapsing dragon horn. A huge ravine appeared on the ground, transforming into a fiery abyss. It was terrifying and terrifying. Under this horrifying scene, Du Xiaofu seemed to be stunned. His whole body was hit by an endless amount of impact. He had never truly fought with a meditative expert before. This time, when he fought with the demonic dragon ancestor, the shock he received from the bottom of his heart was incomparably great. Little bastard, let's see what other methods you have to block this old man's killing move. The demonic dragon ancestor's eyes were incomparably deep. He looked at Du Xiaofu as if he was looking at a dead man. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl into a sneer. He glanced at the distant Lu Jingyun again and secretly prayed in his heart. He hoped that the other party would be as arrogant as Du Xiaofu and would not be in a hurry to make a move. If that was the case, this brat would undoubtedly die today. Do you think this little trick can scare me? Du Xiaofu coldly snorted and calmed down from his shock. Facing the huge heavenly dragon horn pillar that was like Mount Tai pressing down on him, the power in his body trembled endlessly, jumping up and down like boiling water. The power of the origin of laws boiled, and the power of the four primitive laws began to intertwine and fuse with each other. When these law powers fused to a certain extent, they suddenly began to produce terrifying splits. Following that, a huge 8 trigrams diagram appeared outside Du Xiaofu's body. This 8 trigrams diagram was different from his Void 8 trigrams technique. The power of the Void 8 trigrams was based on the law of matter, and then mixed with the other 3 primitive laws. They blended and rotated together to form a whole, and then evolved into a myriad of forms. But now, the 8 trigrams diagram that Du Xiaofu had constructed was directly derived from the power of the 4 symbols. Each primitive law was divided into 2, each occupying an area, and engraved with the profound power of the origin. Then, it turned into a divine ring, as if the great Tao had a beginning and an end, and the head and tail were connected, reaching perfection. Origin killing sky sword, kill. Such a roar came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth, and the purple-gold heavenly tower had appeared in his hand at some point in time. He raised it up, raised it over his head, and brazenly slashed down. Qi, the divine ring evolved, and all of its power poured into the purple-gold heavenly tower. A resplendent swordlight soared into the sky, slashing apart the firmament. It instantly appeared in front of the heavenly dragon horn pillar of the demonic dragon ancestor, directly attacking from a distance. As the sword light descended, a terrifying void crack appeared, and everything it touched was instantly destroyed. The sword light pointed straight at the heavenly dragon horn pillar. This was Du Xiaofu's strongest technique. He directly used it against the enemy. Against an expert in the meditative realm, he could not continue to hold back. Only by attacking with all his strength would he have a chance to fight. Du Xiaofu was not an arrogant person, nor was he an ignorant person. He knew the reason behind this. Qi, in the next moment, the incomparably terrifying sword light and the heavenly pillar collided. The power of these 2 attacks was absolutely tyrannical. They carried with them an extremely strong force, and in an instant, a terrifying scene erupted. The dragon horn pillar of light was directly cut by the light sword, and a terrifying crack appeared. The scarlet light also dimmed by quite a bit in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's origin-killing sky sword also broke apart inch by inch, turning into a rain of light that sprinkled down into the void. It was indescribably gorgeous. Martial Uncle Du's methods are truly inconceivable. In the distance, Lu Jingyun couldn't help but mutter to himself as he watched this scene. He could see just how profound Du Xiaofu's methods were. The power of the origin of the laws could actually reach such a level when used in his hands. In addition, he was already at the 2nd level of the Void Tao realm, so much so that he could produce the origin of the Great Tao. Thus, when he fought with the demonic dragon ancestor, he actually did not seem to be at a disadvantage. How is this possible? The demonic dragon ancestor was also stunned. His shriveled lips opened, but he was no longer able to say anything. He had no choice but to admit that Du Xiaofu was truly a freak. He had actually used such an attack to directly resist his move. Under the gaze of the demonic dragon ancestor, his dragon horn was directly cut into 2. The power within it exploded and collapsed, like a piece of red-hot iron, it fell down piece by piece. This explosive energy was still devouring Du Xiaofu's broken light sword. They were entangled with each other and finally turned into nothingness. Ugh! A muffled groan came from the demonic dragon ancestor's throat, and soon after, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the destruction of the dragon horn had affected his body, causing him to suffer quite a bit of damage. And it was precisely because of this that his eyes became even brighter, and his expression became even more sinister. Good boy, you're actually able to do this. This old man would like to see how you will withstand this old man's 2nd attack. The demonic dragon ancestor's words were gloomy as he looked straight at Du Xiaofu. He could see that the purple-robed youth had also suffered a huge shock. In that terrifying fluctuation just now, Du Xiaofu's body had been torn apart by the power of the Great Tao, and his primordial spirit had also been severely injured. At this moment, his aura had withered by more than half. The demonic dragon ancestor believed that this brat would definitely not be able to withstand his 2nd attack. Kill! An aged voice came out from the mouth of the demonic dragon ancestor. He gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and pushed it out once again. Boom! The second dragon horn fell down and once again smashed down fiercely, falling towards Du Xiaofu. The entire sky was stirred up, churning endlessly. A large expanse of primal chaos appeared, as terrifying as a pot of boiling paste. This was truly the collapse of the great Tao. The scene was extremely terrifying. That terrifying power leaked out, causing Du Xiaofu to feel as if he was being pressed tightly into the void by an invisible hand, making it difficult for him to move. Since I can block an old bastard like you the first time, then I can block you the second time. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and said. The wounds on his body that had been torn apart quickly squirmed as his body continued to heal. This was the effect of the undying profound body. At the same time, Du Xiaofu let out an earth-shaking dragon roar. The azure spirit armor was unleashed by him, transforming into the body of an azure dragon that danced in the air. With the help of the azure spirit armor, the might of the collapsing heavenly pillar instantly decreased by a lot. Du Xiaofu was able to move freely. The injuries he had suffered earlier were also under control. He once again channeled all of his strength, crazily stirring up the origin power of the four great primordial laws. Very quickly, the 8 trigrams appeared once again, and then it transformed into a divine ring. Origin Sky Killing Sword, kill. Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice. Under his control, the purple-gold heavenly tower was raised, stimulating a sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long, and brazenly slashed down. This time, not only did he unleash the origin sky-killing sword, but at the same time, the 9 divine thunder cauldrons were also struck out by him, directly colliding with the gigantic heavenly dragon horn pillar. Rumble. The 9 cauldrons were domineering in the world, like moving mountains, the rumbling sound resounded through the void. 9 huge shadows streaked across the void, rushing straight into the 9 heavens, and collided with the terrifying heavenly dragon horn pillar at the same time. Boom 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 boom, a series of explosions, one after another, shook the 9 heavens. The 9 divine thunder cauldrons were indeed senior brother Lu Xiaoyou's belongings. As Du Xiaofu's cultivation increased, the power that he could unleash now greatly exceeded the past. Yes. Every time a cauldron collided with the heavenly dragon horn pillar, it would shake the entire pillar, and huge fragments of the dragon horn would fall down. However, the 9 cauldrons were still intact, only fiercely bounced back, and directly smashed into the crowd in the distance, instantly knocking down a large number of figures. Fortunately, Lu Jingyan acted in time, protecting the experts of the 33 heavens. The casualties were all from the Qian Su Jinghua Heavens Beast clan. Chi. Then, Du Xiaofu's origin sky-killing sword collided with the heavenly dragon horn pillar again, and the rumbling sound was incessant. An ear-splitting sound spread in all directions, as if the sound of the great Tao had erupted, causing many experts in the surroundings to be unable to stand steadily, and almost fall to the ground. Boom boom boom, after the gigantic light sword and the heavenly dragon horn pillar exploded at the same time, a violent energy wave was set off in the field, surging through the sky and the earth. 2 figures shot out from this violent energy wave, they were Du Xiaofu and the demonic dragon ancestor. They continuously retreated a distance of 10 million miles before they could control their figures. At this time, the two's complexions were not very good. They had both suffered a powerful shock, and the blood in their bodies was surging incessantly. The meditative oblivion realm is indeed extraordinary. My strength is still quite far from that of the demonic dragon ancestor. Du Xiaofu slightly lowered his eyes, thinking so in his heart. He knew very well that the demonic dragon ancestor had been attacked by Xue Lu back then, his body was injured, and his cultivation base had plummeted. But even so, when he fought with him, he still could not gain the upper hand. It could be imagined that if he was at his peak, he would probably be directly tortured to death. How could he fight with all his strength like now? I can't even kill you like this, Du Xiaofu, this old man is unwilling. On the forehead of the demonic dragon ancestor, 2 shocking bloodstains were dripping down. His 2 dragon horns were his strongest technique, but under Du Xiaofu's fierce resistance, they had all exploded and turned into dust. If he wanted to recondense the two dragon horns, he didn't know how much energy he would have to expend. This made the demonic dragon ancestor extremely unwilling. The hatred in his heart overflowed to the heavens. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been injured that time, causing his strength to be greatly reduced, even if Du Xiaofu's talent was abnormal, reaching the void Dao realm that only existed in ancient times, he would still be like an ant in front of him. But now, the demonic dragon ancestor could only sigh helplessly. Du Xiaofu might not be able to kill him, but he couldn't do anything to him either. And this was something that he hadn't expected earlier. "Martial Uncle Du, why don't you heal your injuries first? It's better to get rid of this old bastard as soon as possible." At this time, Lu Jingyun came to Du Xiaofu's side and handed him a fruit the size of a dragon's eye. It was bright red. With one look, Du Xiaofu knew that this was an extraordinary item. Without any hesitation, he received it and swallowed it into his stomach. "Let's get rid of him directly. Leaving him alive will be a disaster in the end." Du Xiaofu nodded and said to Lu Jingyun. The purpose of his battle with the demonic dragon ancestor was to verify his specific strength, and not to hope that he could kill the other party. Now, this idea had been achieved. He had already measured the extent of his strength, and there was no need to leave the demonic dragon ancestor alive. This was the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Countless experts entered this world to kill the large number of beasts here, to prevent them from becoming a threat in the future war with the devil race. If he had the leisure to waste time with the demonic dragon ancestor, he might as well kill a few more high-level immortal experts. This way, he could reduce his losses. As for the large number of meditative realm experts in this world, with Lu Jingyun, Lu Yushao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, and Long Su present, they couldn't resist at all. The only outcome was death. In addition, Du Xiaofu also released his mind from beginning to end, ready to face a huge challenge at any time. Because the strongest expert in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven hadn't appeared yet, and that was the blood ancestor. He had promised everyone that he would deal with the blood ancestor, so when the other party appeared, he naturally had to go up at the first moment and not let the blood ancestor attack. Chapter 2897. Senior brother, I've pinned all my hopes on you. Du Xiaofu murmured in his heart as he swept his gaze around. The reason why he had the courage to lead countless experts to attack the Qian Su Jinghua heaven without fear of the blood ancestor was because of his senior brother Lu Xiaoyu's existence. He was counting on Lu Xiaoyu to secretly keep an eye on him. In fact, Du Xiaofu was also gambling. If he lost, it was very likely that he would lose everyone's lives. But he always felt that he would not lose. Kill. Du Xiaofu no longer hesitated. After a short period of recovery, he directly unfolded his figure and charged into the crowd in the distance. He held the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand, like a god descending to the mortal world. His ferocious might was domineering. Every time he swept out his sword, he killed a large number of beasts. Without the obstruction of the meditative oblivion expert, Du Xiaofu was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. No one could stop him. He was exceptionally valiant. Du Xiaofu, if you have the guts, continue to fight with me. On the other side, the demonic dragon ancestor roared in a hoarse voice. He wanted to rush to Du Xiaofu's side and stop him, but he saw a figure appear in front of him. "Old bastard, you can go die now." These light words came out of Lu Jingyun's mouth. He unhurriedly struck out with a palm. There seemed to be no fluctuations coming out of it. It seemed incomparably ordinary. But after such a palm strike, the demonic dragon ancestor's entire body seemed to have been immobilized. He stood in place, unable to move at all. What terrifying strength! His heart was overwhelmed with shock, and he couldn't even speak. He could only watch as the palm grew larger and larger in front of him, and finally landed on his old body. Unsurprisingly, after Lu Jingyun's palm fell, waves of terrifying power were emitted and brazenly attacked the demonic dragon ancestor's body. That body, which seemed to be on the verge of death, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood. Until his death, the eyes of the dragon demon ancestor were frozen in boundless fear. In front of a powerhouse at the third level of meditative oblivion, he had fallen back to the first level of meditative oblivion. He was completely unable to withstand a single blow and died in the blink of an eye. The source power of the great Tao that Lu Jingyun released was too vast. How could it be something that the Dragon Devil Patriarch could withstand? It's time for the Blood Ancestor to appear, right? Killing the Dragon Demon Ancestor with a single palm strike, Lu Jingyun seemed to have only done an ordinary thing, appearing incomparably indifferent. His bright eyes pierced through the void, gazing into the distance through the boundless barriers. The biggest enemy in the Qianshu Jinghua heaven is the Blood Ancestor. As the strongest person on this trip, he naturally has to keep an eye on him. However, he couldn't find any trace of the Blood Ancestor at all. The power of his origin spirit could only detect a vast expanse of space, making it difficult for him to capture the Blood Ancestor's figure and movements. It would have been even better if you hadn't shown up. We could have gotten rid of all the beasts in this realm and avoided more losses. Lu Jingyun retracted his gaze and muttered to himself. He turned around and joined the terrifying slaughter in the surroundings. At this moment, the battle in the Qianshu Jinghua heaven was exceptionally fierce. Countless experts were fighting valiantly in one place. The experts from the various major worlds of the 33 heavens had firmly gained the upper hand. They simply swept through the countless beasts in the Qianshu Jinghua heaven. In the great battle, some seated oblivion experts of the beasts had fallen. Their blood spilled all over the vast sky, dyeing it red. The collapse of that frightening source of the great Tao caused the entire realm to suffer an unimaginable shock. Everywhere was devastated and in a complete mess. Stop them. As long as the Blood Ancestor appears, these people will all die without a burial place. In the crowd of beasts, the Nirvana demon ancestor of the primordial devil dragon clan shouted at the countless beasts. The hope of this realm was pinned on the Blood Ancestor. Otherwise, the Qianshu Jinghua heaven would not be able to withstand the joint attack of the 33 heavens. You can't even take care of yourself, yet you still have the mind to care about others. Beside the Nirvana demon ancestor, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, and Lu Qing surrounded him, sealing off all of his escape routes. They were all at the third stage of the seated oblivion realm. In a 3 versus 1 situation, they were completely suppressing the Nirvana demon ancestor. After a short exchange of blows, the Nirvana demon ancestor's aura was trembling incessantly. It was difficult for him to calm down and was tightly suppressed. He had already suffered some injuries. Let's get rid of this old bastard as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the more unforeseen events will occur. At this moment, Lu Jingyun stepped through the air and directly appeared beside the Nirvana demon ancestor. Just like before, he struck out with his palm. Kill! Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, and Lu Qing nodded. They all jumped up and charged at the Nirvana demon ancestor at the same time. A frightening source of the great Tao shot out and evolved into the boundless power of the laws of the world. At the same time, one world after another took shape and collided with each other. The entire area was transformed into a state of chaos, surrounding the 5 figures at the same time. Ah! PFFF, the Nirvana demon ancestor screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the simultaneous attack of the 4, he was soon heavily injured again. Humans, how can you kill me? The Nirvana demon ancestor howled incessantly, almost going crazy. He was an extremely rare third stage of the seated oblivion realm in the 33 heavens. He had already broken through the transmigration realm, but in front of these 4, it was really difficult to deal with them. The 4 young men and women were terrifyingly strong. Each of them seemed to be much stronger than the Nirvana demon ancestor. He could only passively take a beating. However, the Nirvana demon ancestor was confident that if he wanted to escape, he might be able to break out of their encirclement. Do you think you can still survive today? Outside the encirclement, Lu Jingyun snorted. A resplendent light flowed out of his body and rapidly expanded. In an instant, it covered the entire void and firmly bound this part of the world. This was his rich source of the great Tao. It was like a world had expanded, trapping the Nirvana demon ancestor within. Let's work together to trap and kill him. Next, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, and Lu Qing also moved. The terrifying power of the great Tao continued to circulate and then perfectly fused with Lu Jingyun's world. It formed a terrifying order, turning this place into an independent space. Roar, the Nirvana demon ancestor roared. His old body flashed and transformed into the Taisher demon dragon's true form. A huge dragon tens of thousands of feet long soared in the void. Its pitch-black scales flickered with a chilling luster. Its muscles bulged, releasing an explosive power. The dragon's body darted left and right, trying to break out of this world's encirclement. However, under the joint efforts of 4 third-stage seated Oblivion Realm experts, no matter how strong the Nirvana demon ancestor was, he couldn't break free from this shackle. He could only be tightly trapped. Old worm, you should just die. Lu Qing stepped into the air and charged at the Nirvana demon ancestor, launching an even more ferocious attack. The others also moved together and attacked with all their might. They wanted to get rid of the Nirvana demon ancestor as soon as possible. In the surroundings, many beastmen of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven were already in despair. Under the joint efforts of the various worlds of the 33 heavens, they really had the power to easily flatten the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Every beastman had to face the encirclement of several experts at the same time. This was clearly an unequal slaughter. Moreover, as time passed, more and more beastmen died. The situation was becoming more and more one-sided. These people are too scary. They just want to kill everyone in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Why hasn't the blood ancestor appeared? We can't hold on any longer. What's the point of continuing to fight? In the end, we still can't escape death. Could it be that our Qian Su Jinghua heaven made the wrong choice? Perhaps we shouldn't have gotten involved with the demons again. At this moment, many experts from the beast race felt despair. They felt powerless in the face of the countless experts charging at them. The enemy outnumbered them by several times. There was simply no suspense in this battle. The outcome was already decided. Perhaps only the appearance of the blood ancestor could change the direction of all this. However, at this point in the battle, countless people raised their heads in anticipation, but there was still no trace of the blood ancestor. Senior blood ancestor, quickly show yourself and save your followers. Blood ancestor, show yourself. Many beastmen began to shout loudly, wanting to summon the blood ancestor's true body to come and help them. In the ancient era, all the beastmen of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven followed the hell-blood phoenixes and the blood ancestor into battle. It could be said that the blood ancestor was the master of the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Now, facing the attacks of the experts from the outside world, they could only pin all their hopes on the blood ancestor. The shouts of countless experts connected together, causing the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven to tremble. An invisible power spread out and pervaded the void. Under such circumstances, it was not long before a long phoenix cry broke through the clouds, pierced through gold and cracked stone, and directly penetrated people's souls. Then, under everyone's gaze, a blood-red cloud rapidly came from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the battlefield. In an instant, everyone who was fighting was immediately bound to the ground by an invisible force. No matter if it was an ordinary true severing realm expert, those in the immortal realm, or even those in the meditative realm, it was as if they were all numb at the same time. All of their movements were frozen in an instant. A terrifying pressure shrouded the heads of every living creature, making it difficult for them to move. This kind of power was truly domineering. Seeing this scene, the countless beastmen of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven were stunned at first. Then, they burst out with endless joy and excitement. The blood ancestor has appeared. They could not help but be excited. In the entire world, or even in the entire 33 heavens, the only one who could release such a terrifying aura was the blood ancestor. With the arrival of the blood ancestor, the situation would be reversed. Very few of the experts of the 33 heavens who entered this world could leave the Qian Su Jinghua heaven alive. Has he come? In the crowd, Du Xiaofu felt an endless terrifying pressure. His whole body seemed to be nailed to the ground. After resisting with great difficulty, he resolved that terrifying pressure. Then, he slowly turned around and looked into the distance. He had heard of the blood ancestor's name many times, but it was the first time he had seen him in person. It's him. The terrifying aura we felt in the burial space mountain was exactly the same as the blood ancestors. It's just that the pressure we felt at that time was much, much less than what we felt now. Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao's eyes trembled. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. In the burial space mountain of the Yin Xiong Wu Dao heaven, they had obtained the inheritance of the primordial phoenix. At that time, if it were not for a mysterious power protecting them, the two of them would not have been able to survive that kind of situation and obtain tremendous benefits. During that time, they had also felt the terrifying aura of the blood ancestor. The memory was still fresh. Now that they saw it again, the two of them were even more shocked. An ancient expert, the ancestor of the Hell-Blood Phoenix clan. Lu Jingyun, Lu Yushao, Lu Ying, Lu Cheng, and the others also stopped what they were doing and stopped fighting the beast men. They operated the power in their bodies to resist the pressure emitted by the blood ancestor. Then, they turned around and looked into the distance. They had already expected this result, so they were not surprised. The only thing they needed to consider was how Du Xiaofu would deal with it. Of course, Lu Jingyun and the others had a rough idea of what he was planning. The blood ancestor has appeared. This is good. We're saved. With the blood ancestor taking action, no matter how strong the creatures of the 33 heavens are, they will not be able to withstand a single blow. Let's see how these people can continue to be arrogant. Since they came to our Qian Su Jinghua heaven to act so presumptuously, we can only let them die. Blood ancestor, avenge the dead experts of our Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Kill them all. Make them regret coming here. Not only will we kill them all, but we will also sweep through the entire 33 heavens and make all creatures our slaves. Many beastmen of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven shouted. Everyone was in high spirits and their cheers grew louder and louder. Everyone could imagine how powerful the blood ancestor was. Not only ordinary experts, perhaps even third-stage meditative forgetfulness experts were no different from clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of him. With the blood ancestor taking action, today's outcome was already decided. Many beastmen of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven were extremely excited. Some of them tightly clenched their teeth and declared that they would not only kill all the creatures that had intruded into this world today, but also sweep through the entire 33 heavens and make countless creatures their slaves, making this world above all other worlds. This ancestor has been trapped for many years. I've only come out not long ago, but someone has already come to provoke me. At this moment, the huge blood cloud that had descended from the sky had already arrived in front of everyone's eyes. That boundless blood color suddenly withdrew and the figure of an old man appeared in front of everyone. This old man's face was ferocious. His eye sockets were deep. His old face was as frightening as a skeleton's. His eyes were faintly suffused with a blood-colored brilliance. An endless ruthless aura flowed within them, causing people to feel intimidated just by looking at them. He looked at Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yushao, Long Ke, and the other experts from the outside world. His expression did not change, but the corners of his mouth were raised in a bloodthirsty smile. It was as terrifying as if he wanted to devour people. Blood ancestor, in your current state, do you really think that you're invincible? Lu Jingyun took a step forward and said. He stared straight at the old man who was old but contained a ruthless aura. His entire body tensed up, and the energy in his body was constantly circulating. He was ready to attack at any time to deal with the other party's possible actions. Lu Jingyun did not dare to lower his guard in the slightest. This was a terrifying existence. When the other party was famous, not to mention himself, even the 3,000 great thousand worlds behind him had not yet appeared. However, it was fortunate that the blood ancestor had been suppressed for countless years. Most of the might of the ancient era had been lost. Otherwise, even his father would have to deal with him seriously. Humph, a little child dares to act so arrogantly in front of this ancestor. Then this ancestor will be the first to kill you. The blood ancestor coldly snorted. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly attacked. He stretched out a withered claw and directly reached for Lu Jingyun's body. When he saw the blood ancestor's action, Lu Jingyun's eyes suddenly narrowed. A serious expression instantly covered his handsome face. Others might not be able to see it, but in the eyes of an expert like him, he could clearly sense that the invisible laws and order of this world were being pushed aside by the blood ancestor's palm. This scene was like a willow branch that blocked the blood ancestor's path, but he had casually brushed it aside. Immediately after, the old and withered claw reached for Lu Jingyun's side. Big brother, be careful. Brother Jingyun, be careful. Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Cheng, Long Ke, Long Su, and more than 10 meditative realm experts immediately shouted. Their hearts were about to jump out of their mouths. The blood ancestor was an existence of the path-bearing realm. He was a terrifying expert who had broken free from the shackles of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of great Tao laws could not stop him. It could be said that the power of heaven and earth could no longer bind him in any way. Lu Jingyun couldn't even move in front of him. Even though he quickly gathered the power of the origin of the great path, it was instantly broken. Senior brother, hurry up and show yourself. The beast clan in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven absolutely cannot be left alive. I've placed all my hopes on you. At this critical moment, you must not drop the ball. On the other side, Du Xiaofu pulled a long face and was incomparably serious. He kept muttering to himself. He spread the power of his primordial spirit all around and kept praying that his senior brother Lu Xiaoyu could hurry up and show up. When the blood ancestor made his move, ordinary people really could not stop him. However, even in the face of such a dangerous situation, Du Xiaofu did not feel that this trip was a mistake at all. The beast clan in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven could not be left alive. With the great enemy of the demon race in front of them, how could they allow the beast clan to cause trouble behind their backs? Chapter 2898. Du Xiaofu watched the blood ancestor and Lu Jingyun nervously. He was deeply worried. It was his idea to enter the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, but Lu Jingyun had appeared the moment the blood ancestor appeared. That withered, branch-like palm pierced through the invisible laws and order of this world, looking down on all existences, and suddenly made contact with Lu Jingyun's body. Stop! Du Xiaofu was horrified to the point of death. He suddenly shouted. If the blood ancestor's attack landed, Lu Jingyun's fate could be imagined. One had to know that the blood ancestor was a Tao carrier realm expert. Aside from a few gods and devils who had walked out of the primal chaos in ancient times, he was the strongest existence in this world since ancient times. Just by looking at it, Du Xiaofu felt that there was no way he could avoid it. Origin Void Slaying Sword, kill. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately used his strongest move. A peerlessly sharp sword of light took shape and slashed down at the blood ancestor's head. Under the terrifying pressure emanating from the blood ancestor's body, Du Xiaofu mobilized all of his strength to use this attack. He didn't want to see Lu Jingyun fall at the blood ancestor's hands. Whether or not his attack worked, he wanted to take the risk. Martial Uncle Du, retreat. Around them, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Cheng, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others all shouted. Among them, a few directly moved to stop Du Xiaofu. The blood ancestor was a terrifying existence. Even Lu Jingyun, a third-stage meditative realm expert, couldn't deal with him. Du Xiaofu couldn't change anything. If the old man was displeased and turned to attack Du Xiaofu, perhaps he would only need to glare fiercely to kill him in an instant. Lu Yuxiao and the others couldn't just stand by and watch this happen. It was under such circumstances that the blood ancestor's ancient palm struck Lu Jingyun's body. Regardless of whether it was the invisible power between heaven and earth or the terrifying power that Lu Jingyun released, they were all easily destroyed by this palm. They were unable to affect the blood ancestor at all. Countless experts from the 33 heavens were stunned at this moment. Is this the power of the Tao Carrier realm? How terrifying! Third-level meditative forgetfulness realm cultivators can't even fight back. Lu Jingyun is currently the strongest person from the 3,000 sectors. Even he can't defeat the blood ancestor. What should we do next? Didn't the Yuqing Divine Emperor say that he had a way? Many people were unable to speak, but they kept thinking about these questions in their hearts. As the strongest person that had appeared in the 33 heavens of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Jingyun's strength was well known by many. The scene before them made them feel despair. The blood ancestor's ferocious power was too strong. It was far beyond the ability of a meditative forgetfulness realm cultivator. In addition, many people also cast their eyes on Du Xiaofu. This time, they came to the Qian Su Jinghua heaven because of this young man's assurance. But now, they were all somewhat dumbfounded. Unlike the experts from the 33 heavens, the large number of beasts in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven all felt incomparably carefree. Ku. These people are simply too presumptuous and arrogant. They dare to come to our Qian Su Jinghua heaven and behave atrociously. Could it be that they really think Senior Blood Ancestor won't do anything? Now they've tasted the consequences. Since they have the guts to kill their way into this world, they must be mentally prepared to die. Those from the outside world who came to the Qian Su Jinghua heaven must not be let off easily. Especially those in the meditative forgetfulness realm. They must all be killed. Senior Blood Ancestor's divine power is present in the world. He must be able to kill all enemies. Under his leadership, our Qian Su Jinghua heaven will eventually become the head of all the creatures in the 33 heavens. Once the Devil clan walks out of the 18 levels of hell, no one will be able to stop our slaughter. Seeing the blood ancestor take action, the beasts who were previously slaughtered one-sidedly rekindled the hope of victory in their hearts. Each and every one of them became excited. They seem to have already seen the result of the handsome young human opposite the blood ancestor dying tragically in the next moment. Everyone, including the experts from the 33 heavens, stared closely at the field. They wanted to see the final result. However, the development of the matter seemed to have deviated somewhat from the wishes of many beasts. The following scene caused countless people to open their mouths in astonishment. The moment the blood ancestor's palm touched Lu Jingyun's body, a dazzling golden light suddenly surged out from his body. It was like 10,000 rays of heavenly light, like a scorching sun in the sky, blazing the heavens and scorching the earth. Lu Jingyun's entire body was wrapped in this kind of radiance, making him look like a blazing sun. A terrifyingly high temperature surged out of him, burning everything. All the power of laws and orders in the surrounding void, as well as the formless origin of the Great Path, were all burned to nothing. Not only that, even the strange path carried by the blood ancestor's palm was directly burned through. In the eyes of Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, and the other top experts, the power of the Great Path produced by the blood ancestor's body was burned to nothing like a clump of withered grass, leaving only charred traces. The blood ancestor's ferocious face was now incomparably shocked. He could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. It was also under his gaze that the body of the young man in front of him rapidly melted under this terrifying power. As if it had turned into a wisp of green smoke, it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, not far away, out of thin air, Lu Jingyun's figure appeared out of thin air. He stood in the void unscathed, without the slightest injury. This. How is this possible? Could it be that this person has a supreme treasure on him? He was actually able to escape from the blood ancestor's hands. Inconceivable, I really don't know how he did it. Whether it was the experts of the 33 heavens or the many beasts of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, at this moment, all of them were indescribably astonished. No one knew the truth, nor did they know how Lu Jingyun had managed to do this. In the 33 heavens, aside from the unknown ancient era experts, who else could possibly have the ability to escape from the blood ancestor's attack? Fundamentally speaking, this was something that was completely impossible. Could it be that senior brother left something behind? Seeing that Lu Jingyun had escaped from the blood ancestor's attack, Du Xiaofu also let out a slight sigh of relief. His origin Void Slayer sword had been blocked by Lu Yuxiao, so it did not cause too much of a commotion. However, the pressure released by the blood ancestor was too strong. After condensing the sword, Du Xiaofu's entire body was on the verge of collapse. His aura was unceasingly fluctuating all over. Looks like there's a very powerful expert behind you. The Tao carrier stage. Is he here? Why doesn't he just show himself? When the blood ancestor saw that Lu Jingyun had escaped, he wasn't surprised for long. In just a moment, his old face, which was filled with a gloomy aura, returned to its previous appearance and spoke softly. However, there was a slight throbbing in the depths of his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. This sentence was like a stone that raised 1,000 ripples, causing the entire crowd to instantly erupt into an uproar. The Tao carrier stage. Is there really a Tao carrier stage expert behind these youngsters? The powerhouses from the 33 heavens were seething with excitement. They were shocked by what they saw. It was only now that they learned from the blood ancestor that there really was a Tao carrier stage expert behind Lu Jingyun and the others. Moreover, the method Lu Jingyun had just used to escape from the blood ancestor's attack meant that the Tao carrier stage expert behind him was at his peak. Unlike the 33 heavens, where most of their experts had perished in the ancient era, it was unknown whether or not any of them had survived. The Tao carrier stage. Doesn't that mean that even the blood ancestor would have a hard time stopping him if he appeared? A large number of beasts in the Qianshu Jinghua heaven began to tremble slightly. They were all deeply aware of the fact that the blood ancestor had yet to fully recover. During the countless years an In Xiong Wujiu heaven had been suppressed, his strength had been greatly damaged and he was no longer at his peak. If the Tao carrier stage expert behind those youngsters appeared, would the blood ancestor be able to resist him? If that Tao carrier stage expert appeared, what would the fate of the Qianshu Jinghua heaven be? You've guessed correctly. Lu Jingyun spoke. He looked at the blood ancestor and confirmed his guess. Lu Jingyun was no longer as nervous as before. Instead, he was much calmer. If you want to see him, I'm sure he won't disappoint you. He looked at the blood ancestor with burning eyes. He didn't dodge or show any fear. Hearing these words, the blood ancestor stared at Lu Jingyun for a long, long time with his bloodthirsty eyes. But in the end, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Du Xiaofu in the crowd. The primal chaos origin. This is the primal chaos origin of exalted celestial. I didn't expect you to have received his inheritance. The blood ancestor took a step forward and arrived 10 meters away from Du Xiaofu. He looked at him with sparkling eyes and kept clicking his tongue in amazement. In his eyes, Du Xiaofu's lower abdomen was like a ball of dazzling flame, releasing a fierce and scorching aura. The blood ancestor was no stranger to this aura. It was none other than a ball of primal chaos origin. Moreover, from the aura of this primal chaos origin, he could tell that it came from exalted celestial Daluo from ancient times. This old bastard's eyes are really sharp. Du Xiaofu was frozen in place and couldn't move at all. He could only gnash his teeth and curse in his heart. He had obtained the primal chaos origin left behind by exalted celestial Daluo in the divine martial world, but he had only refined a small part of it. The rest was still dormant in his body, but the blood ancestor had seen through it with a single glance. This result made Du Xiaofu extremely shocked. Didn't this mean that he had no secrets in front of this old bastard? Ha ha ha, the blood ancestor looked at Du Xiaofu and suddenly laughed sinisterly. The wrinkled skin on his skeleton-like old face trembled along with his laughter. After laughing for a while, the blood ancestor said, "Little guy, thank you for giving me such a big gift. With this primal chaos origin, this ancestor's recovery will be twice the result with half the effort. If this ancestor can refine the primal chaos origin of exalted celestial Daluo, it won't be long before this ancestor returns to the peak. At that time, in the 33 heavens, who can stop me? Ha ha ha." At the end of his words, he let out a series of sinister laughter. It was arrogant and overbearing, and the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven seemed to tremble under his laughter. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu felt his entire body tighten, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom. Under the powerful pressure of the blood ancestor, Du Xiaofu couldn't speak, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. The blood ancestor's intention couldn't be more obvious. He wanted to snatch away his primal chaos origin. This old bastard, Du Xiaofu could only curse in his heart. He couldn't do anything in front of a Dao carrier expert. Even if this Dao carrier expert's strength was greatly damaged, he was absolutely not someone he could shake in the slightest. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Things had come to this point, and Du Xiaofu didn't know what to do at all. "Since you're the one who delivered this gift to me, this ancestor won't be polite with you. I'll accept it with a smile." The blood ancestor's laughter suddenly stopped as he said this. When he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand, crossing the distance of 30 feet in front of him and arriving at Du Xiaofu's side. The withered hand was like an illusion, completely ignoring Du Xiaofu's body as it instantly reached into his divine watchtower and grabbed the primal chaos origin. Du Xiaofu stood where he was, unable to move an inch. He could only watch all of this happen with his own eyes. At this moment, he felt as if countless bolts of lightning were running through his body, and his entire body was completely numb. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, and the others were all stunned. They didn't know the specifics of Du Xiaofu's situation, but the information revealed by the blood ancestor made them think of many things. Needless to say, the secret of the divine martial world had been unearthed, and Uncle Master Du had obtained enormous benefits. But now, the blood ancestor was about to make a move and take away the primal chaos origin. If he succeeded, not only would Du Xiaofu's life be in great danger, but the blood ancestor would borrow the power of the primal chaos origin to return to his peak state. When that time comes, the demons wouldn't even need to march out of the 18 levels of hell. The 33 heavens would welcome a terrifying massacre and be plunged into endless bloodshed. Even if their father, Lu Xiaoyu, appeared, it would be very difficult to reverse this terrifying situation and stop the blood ancestor's slaughter. Therefore, Lu Jingyun didn't even think about it. He directly rushed out, his body once again surging with tens of thousands of rays of light, making him look like a god as he crashed into the blood ancestor. He wanted to stop the blood ancestor's actions. He couldn't let him take the primal chaos origin from Du Xiaofu's body. Chi, a terrifying power swept through the air like a ball of fire, melting everything, and instantly reached the blood ancestor's side. Aside from the blood ancestor, not many people could see what kind of power Lu Jingyun was using. Everyone could only feel that within that terrifying ball of light, it seemed to carry a power that could burn everything in the world. And it was this kind of power that caused the blood ancestor to invisibly produce terrifying energy fluctuations. A little child dares to be impudent in front of this ancestor. Faced with such a scene, the blood ancestor let out a cold snort. He turned his head to look at Lu Jingyun, who was charging straight at him. The hand that reached into Du Xiaofu's body didn't move. Instead, he gently raised his other arm and waved it gently. Rumble, a loud noise shook the sky. It was as if the entire world had been turned upside down. Endless roars erupted from the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. In the distance, some beasts whose cultivation hadn't reached the truth-severing stage exploded into clouds of blood and died an unnatural death. At the same time, the light outside Lu Jingyun's body was instantly scattered. His body drew a long line through the air and shot straight into the distance. A long arrow of blood spurted out from his mouth and pierced through the void. Big brother. Big brother Jingyun. Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Qing, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others all cried out in alarm. One figure after another rushed out to catch Lu Jingyun. Humph. The blood ancestor let out another cold snort. After glancing at Lu Jingyun again, he continued to look at Du Xiaofu and said, "No one can stop this ancestor from recovering to his peak. This ball of primal chaos origin was delivered to me by you. This is truly the will of the heavens." When Heavenly Lord Absolute left all of this behind, he couldn't have imagined such an outcome. Kakik. His laughter was sinister and contained an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Seeing this ball of primal chaos origin today, the blood ancestor truly felt that this was the will of the heavens. It was like someone had delivered a pillow to him just when he was sleepy. Exalted Celestial Lord Exalted of the primordial era was an existence that could create a macro world. The chaos essence that he had nurtured was definitely a supreme treasure that would have unimaginable benefits for a Tao carrier like him. With the help of this item, not to mention recovering to his peak, it was even possible for him to take another step forward compared to before he was suppressed. If the deceased Heavenly Lord Absolute of the ancient times knew what had happened today, he probably wouldn't be able to hold down the lid of his coffin. Thinking of this, the blood ancestor felt even more delighted. The laughter coming from his mouth became even more sinister and eerie, causing one's hair to stand on end. Old ghost. Opposite the blood ancestor, Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth tightly. Although he couldn't speak, his face was incomparably ferocious. He wanted to struggle with all his might and break free from the terrifying shackles of his opponent. However, in the face of an existence who had his own path, his strength seemed so small and insignificant. Du Xiaofu's eyes were bloodshot. He desperately tried to mobilize his strength to resist, but it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as the blood ancestor's hand reached into his body and grabbed the ball of primal chaos origin. As the blood ancestor moved, the primal chaos origin was slowly extracted and was about to leave his body. Chapter 2899. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at Du Xiaofu and the blood ancestor. Some of the experts from the Yuqing Divine Kingdom were extremely anxious when they saw this situation. However, no one had the power to change anything. Under the natural pressure of the blood ancestor, those below the meditative realm couldn't even move. "Your Majesty, is there really no way to avoid this calamity?" Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, Ting Yuan Shan, Zhang Haoran, and the others felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. Dad, boss, Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing couldn't help but cry out. However, no one could do anything. Everything was under the blood ancestor's control. Even the great Tao of heaven and earth couldn't do anything. He, the blood ancestor continued to laugh sinisterly. His withered and wrinkled face was full of viciousness. At the same time, there was an unconcealable complacency, and his eyes shone brightly. The primal chaos origin was a treasure that could only be nurtured by an expert of the illusionary realm. It was extremely difficult to find, and to him, it was an absolute treasure. Once he obtained it and refined it, he would be able to return to his peak state. I searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Human brat, this ancestor has to properly thank you for your generous gift this time. He he he. The blood ancestor laughed continuously. At this moment, his arms suddenly pulled, and he was about to pull the primal chaos origin out of Du Xiaofu's body. As long as this action was completed, no one in the world could stop him from rising again. The blood ancestor's heart was filled with boundless joy, and his old body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. But all of a sudden, his pulling motion came to a halt, and his arms stopped there. Voila! A dazzling five-colored light flashed and formed a humanoid figure that stood between the blood ancestor and Du Xiaofu. The figure formed by the five-colored light grabbed the blood ancestor's arm with one hand and pressed the other hand against Du Xiaofu's lower abdomen. A large amount of multicolored light gushed out. The primal chaos origin was blocked by the multicolored light and was pushed back into Du Xiaofu's body step by step. Who dares to obstruct this ancestor's matters? The blood ancestor's eyes narrowed as he stared at the five-colored figure before him. This figure came too suddenly, catching him completely off guard. Most importantly, this person seemed to have the power to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth, causing the primal chaos source to slowly leave his hand. There are some things that an old bird like you can't touch. After the blood ancestor finished speaking, the five-colored figure snorted coldly and unceremoniously retorted. With his arrival, Du Xiaofu felt an invisible mysterious power flow from this figure into his body through the primal chaos source. The terrifying pressure that the blood patriarch had exerted on his body also disappeared with the influx of this power. He let out a sigh of relief and began to circulate the power in his body, wanting to resist the blood ancestor. An expert is coming. The divine emperor can be saved. That person looks so strong. It seems like he can even resist the blood ancestor. This is good. What a terrifying expert. I hope he can kill the blood ancestor in one fell swoop and help us complete this matter in the Qian Su heaven. Great. It seems that the person behind the Yuqing divine emperor has appeared. This scene was seen by all the experts of the 33 heavens. Everyone was stunned at first, but then they were filled with boundless joy. They could all see that the five-colored figure was very strong. Under the terrifying pressure of the blood ancestor, he was able to resist it. Many people couldn't help but talk about whether or not this person was the expert behind the Yuqing divine emperor. If it really was a Dao carrier expert, he would definitely be able to suppress the blood ancestor. At that time, their actions in the Qian Su heaven would no longer be hindered. All the beasts in this world would be eliminated, eliminating a huge threat to the beings of the 33 heavens. If this could be done, they would definitely be able to complete their mission. Contrary to the expressions of the beings of the 33 heavens, the countless races of the Qian Su heaven all had extremely solemn expressions. Who is that person? He actually appeared here at this time. What power? He can actually resist the blood ancestor from seizing the primal chaos source. Could he be like the blood ancestor, a Dao carrier expert from the primordial era? This is troublesome. If the blood ancestor is delayed, the Qian Su heaven will be in danger. I hope that person also suffered a great injury in the ancient era and hasn't fully recovered. He won't be a threat to the blood ancestor. Blood ancestor, you must hold on. The entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven will have to rely on your protection. Many beasts were extremely nervous. Many of them clenched their fists and sweat dripped down their foreheads. The scene before their eyes made them feel very nervous. A person who suddenly appeared and blocked the strongest support of their world. It was impossible for the beasts not to have their hearts in their throats. Without a doubt, the expert who could contend with the blood ancestor was definitely a Dao carrier expert. At this time, countless beasts only hoped that this person was in existence from the ancient era who had been severely injured in that terrifying demonic war and still hadn't fully recovered. If that wasn't the case, the blood ancestor who had been suppressed by Yuan Feng for countless years definitely wouldn't be a match for a Dao carrier expert. If that was the case, the beasts of the Qian Su heaven would be in imminent danger. With the enormous number and strength of the beings of the 33 heavens, they would definitely be able to sweep through this world and not leave a single beast behind. Countless eyes were fixed on the scene. No one dared to blink. Everyone wanted to see what would happen next and what the result would be. After the five-colored figure finished speaking, he still stood upright in the field. That space was directly isolated. Everyone could only see the terrifying scene inside, but no energy leaked out. What an arrogant junior. Do you think you can stop this ancestor's good deed? Facing the five-colored figure, the blood ancestor coldly snorted. His eyes were as gloomy as water. He said, "I didn't expect that after so many years, a young man like you would appear. Truly incredible. Presumably, you came from the so-called 3,000 boundless worlds. But no matter how strong you are, you still can't stop this ancestor." From the aura of the five-colored figure, the blood ancestor could clearly determine that this person wasn't an ancient era expert. This aura was very unfamiliar to him. It was very likely that this person came from the 3,000 boundless worlds. Perhaps this person was the one who set up the trap on the youth named Lu Jingyun. The blood ancestor didn't dare to be careless when such a carrying the great path expert appeared. His old face instantly became ferocious. The hand holding the origin of chaos in Du Xiaofu's body didn't move. His other hand abruptly raised and fiercely slapped at the five-colored figure. "Get out of my way!" The blood ancestor shouted. His terrifying power boiled and spread out. Even though the area around them was isolated, it still caused a terrible vibration in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. The bone-like palm struck out and fiercely pressed at the five-colored figure. "Your era has already come to an end. In today's world, it's not your turn to be violent." Facing the palm of the blood ancestor, the five-colored figure said indifferently. A bright light burst out and instantly condensed into a clear figure. It was the appearance of a young man. This man was dressed in cyan clothes and had a handsome face. He looked to be only in his 30s. But when he appeared, Du Xiaofu, who was opposite the blood ancestor, couldn't help but look pleasantly surprised. "Senior brother." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and was extremely happy. How could he not know this person? Who else could it be but his senior brother Lu Xiaoyu? At this moment, Du Xiaofu simply had a feeling of walking into heaven from hell. He really made the right bet. He was determined to take people into the Qian Su Jinghua heaven and get rid of the huge disaster of the 33 heavens. All his confidence was based on this senior brother of his. When the blood ancestor attacked before, he really tasted despair. But now that his senior brother Lu Xiaoyu appeared, the whole situation was reversed in an instant. He believed that with his senior brother's cultivation, dealing with a greatly weakened blood ancestor would certainly be a piece of cake. Bang! While Du Xiaofu was thinking, he saw that his senior brother had already withdrawn his palm from his lower abdomen and brazenly faced the attack of the blood ancestor. With a muffled sound, the two palms suddenly collided. Between Lu Xiaoyu and the blood ancestor, a terrible power of the great path shot out. Clusters of mysterious patterns surged endlessly and were incomparably bright. All the experts in the surroundings were instantly unable to continue watching. They all involuntarily closed their eyes tightly. And this was not caused by the dazzling light shining on them. It was only because the patterns of the great path between Lu Xiaoyu and the blood ancestor were too deep and terrible to be observed. Even Du Xiaofu, who was close in front of them, had his six senses closed in an instant. It was difficult for him to feel anything. The power of his primordial spirit was also sealed. At this moment, everyone could only feel that they were still alive. They were completely unaware of anything else. Is this the power of the carrier realm? It's too terrible. Those are their own patterns of the great path. With our cultivation, we simply can't pry into them. An expert who has walked his own path, when attacking with all his strength, is actually so terrible. I hope the Blood Ancestor can win. Otherwise, the Qian Su Jinghua heaven will really be finished. Countless people in the surroundings could not help but think like this. Whether it was the experts from the 33 heavens or the large number of beasts in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, they were all shocked. The carrier realm could only be seen in the ancient era. In that era, they had displayed boundless magnificence. And now, they were able to see such a scene again. But the result made countless people even more flustered. This realm was too powerful. It was the ultimate realm that all postnatal creatures could reach. Whether it was the Blood Ancestor or that azure-robed man, they were all so. Everyone was in a panic and silently praying. The beings of the 33 heavens hoped that the Blood Ancestor would be defeated. At that time, he would be able to sweep through the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. The beasts of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, on the other hand, hoped that the Blood Ancestor would be able to resist and change the current situation. Time passed slowly. No one knew how long it had been. It seemed to be only an instant, but it also seemed to be 10,000 years. When everyone felt that terrible power dissipate, they could not wait to open their eyes and look at the field. They wanted to know the result as soon as possible. When everyone saw the situation clearly, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and froze on the spot. The surroundings fell into silence. It became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one opened their mouth to speak. They were all shocked by what they saw. In midair, the purple-robed young man Du Xiaofu had already escaped from the Blood Ancestor's palm and regained his freedom. In front of him, the azure-robed man's robe fluttered in the wind. His posture was leisurely, indescribably indifferent and unrestrained. However, in his hand, he was holding a huge blood-red wing. Drops of bright red blood slowly dripped down from the wound on the wing. When they fell into the void, they turned into clusters of raging flames and directly burned the space into chaos. This scene was extremely frightening. The blood-dripping wing released a terrible scarlet ruthless aura. It was still struggling, as if it wanted to break free from the azure-robed man's palm and fly away. However, under the suppression of the azure-robed man, the wing could not escape no matter how hard it tried. It was tightly bound. Between the two, one was calm and leisurely, the other was murderous and ruthless. They formed a sharp contrast, causing countless onlookers to be incomparably shocked. Gulp. Gulp. It was unknown who was the first to swallow a mouthful of saliva, but it was clearly audible in the quiet field. Then, someone else spoke in an extremely low voice, that blood-red wing. Does it belong to the Blood Ancestor? This sentence seemed to be a question, but no one answered him. If it weren't for the Blood Ancestor's ferocious might, there would definitely be people who would roll their eyes at this moment and call him a fool. Who else could that wing belong to but the Blood Ancestor? Those drops of blood that scorched the void into chaos clearly demonstrated just how terrifying their master was. Just who in the 33 heavens had such power and influence? Therefore, the result of the battle just now did not need to be said at all. It was obvious. The surroundings fell silent again for a while, and then a huge commotion broke out. It was as if a nest had exploded. The Blood Ancestor is injured. The Blood Ancestor's wing was broken. This is too terrifying. How can that young man be so terrifying? What terrifying strength! He can actually injure the Blood Ancestor. That's the Tao Carrier realm. Who the hell is he? Why does he have such a terrifying cultivation? Countless people couldn't help but start to clamor. However, they all suppressed their emotions and didn't speak loudly for fear of incurring the dissatisfaction of that powerhouse. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The Blood Ancestor's ferocious might had been established since the ancient times, but it had continued to this era. The moment he appeared in Yin Qiong Wuhu Heaven's burial space mountain, the nerves of the entire 33 heavens had been tense. One could only imagine how terrifying this person was. However, at this moment, one of his wings was broken, and the green-robed man was casually holding it in his hand as if he didn't care at all. It wasn't hard to imagine that this person was even more terrifying than the Blood Ancestor. This is great. The Blood Ancestor has been defeated. There's hope to clear out the Qian Su Jing Hua Heaven. Without the huge threat of the Blood Ancestor, these beasts who are allied with the demon race should all be killed. The Yuqing Divine Emperor didn't lie. An expert really did come and suppress the Blood Ancestor. The experts from the other worlds of the 33 heavens were all so excited that they couldn't help but start to shout. They knew that the biggest threat on this trip was the Blood Ancestor. As long as someone could suppress him, these beasts of the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven would be nothing to worry about. Next, the green-robed man wouldn't even need to attack again. With just these people, they would be able to sweep through the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven and remove the threat that this world might bring in the future. Everyone was indescribably excited as they saw great hope. However, in contrast to these experts, the hearts of the many beasts of the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven were all like dead ashes. That green-robed man is too strong. He's another Dao vessel expert. He's very likely at his peak. His strength is at its peak and he can suppress the Blood Ancestor. What should we do now? The Qian Su Jinghua Heaven is finished. A wave of mournful cries came from the beasts. Everyone had lost their previous momentum. They couldn't help but feel dispirited. The strongest pillar of this world had been beaten back and his wings had been broken with a single move. That green-robed man was really too terrifying. Just a glance from him caused countless beasts to involuntarily take a few steps back in panic. Where's the Blood Ancestor? Suddenly, a weak voice rang out, entering everyone's ears. Only now did they think of this question. Immediately, everyone scattered their gazes, looking for the whereabouts of the Blood Ancestor. Perhaps it was in response to everyone's search, but in a distant mountain range, the sound of violent tumbling could be heard. Ah! A piercing roar mixed with a sharp phoenix cry came out. It seemed to want to pierce through people's souls, dazzling them. Huff huff, then, a boundless blood-colored phoenix soared into the sky, shook off the rocks on its body, and rushed over. This blood-colored phoenix only had one intact wing left. On the other side, there was only a hideous cut with blood flowing out. And this was the true form of the Blood Ancestor's Hell-Blood Phoenix. His eyes burned with hatred as he stared at Lu Xiaoyu, killing intent shooting out. Heh, you old bird, do you still want to continue? Facing the Blood Ancestor's gaze, Lu Xiaoyu smiled softly, looking completely unmoved. A burst of light shot out from his palm and wrapped around the broken wing in his hand. It instantly burned, releasing crackling sounds. In the blink of an eye, the huge broken wing was reduced to ashes. This is simply a waste of God's gift, what a pity. Behind Lu Xiaoyu, Du Xiaofu kept smacking his lips as he looked at the broken wing that had been burned into nothingness. What a pity. Chapter 2900. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. In Du Xiaofu's eyes, the flesh and blood of a Tao-bearing stage hell-blood phoenix must contain an unimaginable amount of energy. The broken wing in Lu Xiaoyu's hand was so huge that it could definitely be roasted, stewed, or steamed. He had never tasted the flesh of a Tao-bearing stage powerhouse before. When he thought of this, Du Xiaofu felt extremely vexed. He secretly blamed himself for not asking senior brother Lu Xiaoyu for the broken wing earlier. However, when he saw the Blood Ancestor's broken wing turn to ashes and dissipate into the void, Du Xiaofu could do nothing but sigh in pity. I hope senior brother can kill the Blood Ancestor. When the time comes, I must remind him to leave behind his flesh and blood. Du Xiaofu immediately stopped thinking about it and made this decision in his heart. Then, he turned his gaze to the battlefield and looked at Lu Xiaoyu and the Blood Ancestor. A new round of confrontation seemed to have occurred between the two of them. Human, how dare you injure this ancestor? No matter who you are or what kind of background you have, you will pay the price for this. The blood ancestor howled fiercely, his eyes burning with endless hatred. His phoenix eyes were scarlet and filled with a murderous and ruthless aura, as if he wanted to burn the world to ashes. The injury he had suffered just now was too great. That young man had actually broken his wing. As the blood ancestor, who had been famous since ancient times, how could he endure such great humiliation? Hatred instantly rushed to his head. At this moment, the blood ancestor only wanted to kill the young man as soon as possible. He had never thought that the young man's strength was far above his. Is that so? If an old bird like you wants to attack, I don't mind killing you right here. Lu Xiaoyou's eyes narrowed as he stared at the blood ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. There was nothing in his palm, and he slashed down like he was holding a knife. This scene was extremely strange. There was clearly nothing in Lu Xiaoyou's hand, but it caused the entire space to suddenly stop as if it had frozen. As his arm fell, a long blade slowly appeared in his hand. The blood gold light on the blade was as dazzling as the sun as it slashed towards the blood ancestor. Qi La. At this moment, the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven seems to have been divided into two. Chaotic energy spreads in all directions. Countless spectators felt their bodies tighten when they saw this saber strike. They were firmly rooted to the spot. Dozens of meditative forgetfulness powerhouses had come from the 33 heavens, but at this time, none of them could move at all. The power of the saber was clearly not directed at the crowd, but it carried a power that could suppress everything, causing one's heart to turn cold. It's a massacre. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the arena. How could he not recognize the saber in senior brother Lu Xiaoyou's hand? Years ago, when he, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and more than 200 others were trapped in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, it was Yu Taiyan who arrived with this saber and stunned the demonic dragon ancestor, allowing everyone to escape unscathed. And when he chased Dongli Qi Huang and Shen Yan into the first layer of the 18 layers of hell and was almost killed by Jiangchen, it was this very same saber that appeared first. It was also from then on that Du Xiaofu knew that the blood ancestor belonged to Lu Xiaoyu. The life-bound weapon of a Tao-carrying powerhouse was naturally powerful to an unfathomable degree. Father even took out the blood ancestor. It looks like he's determined to kill him. In the crowd, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Qing, and the other 11 children of Lu Xiaoyu all silently said this. Others might not know, but the 11 of them knew very well how terrifying the blood ancestor was. Especially when it was in their father's hands, it could explode with the blood ancestor's strongest power. Even a Tao-carrying powerhouse at his peak would have to be careful when dealing with such a blow, let alone a blood ancestor who had yet to recover from his old injuries. That person is too strong. Will the blood ancestor be able to withstand it this time? For the many beast men in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, at this moment, almost all of them had lost faith in the blood ancestor. They could see the enormous gap between the two of them, but after all, they hadn't reached the final moment yet. Many of them still harbored extravagant hopes in their hearts. After all, the fate of the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven was tied to the blood ancestor. Across from Lu Xiaoyu, the blood ancestor saw this terrifying scene and his heart suddenly stopped. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His ferocious and ruthless aura immediately dissipated, and he regained some of his senses. Too strong. Run. Lu Xiaoyou's strength was too great. The blood ancestor was incomparably fearful. This saber strike from high up in the sky made him feel extremely threatened. Without thinking, the blood ancestor retreated violently. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he was. He wanted to escape. The blood ancestor's movement didn't cause any fluctuations in the void. As an expert who had walked his own path, he could ignore the rules and order of this world as if they were nothing. However, Lu Xiaoyu just snorted and said, "You want to escape? You have to leave something behind." As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled poof was heard. A cluster of blood appeared where the blood ancestor fell and splashed into the void. At the same time, a mournful scream was heard. Countless experts present felt their scalps tingle. However, everything soon calmed down. They didn't see the blood ancestor's hell-blood phoenix body appear from the void. The place where the scream came from was completely silent. Senior brother's strength is really terrifying. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel speechless and murmured in his heart. The powerful blood ancestor was injured repeatedly by senior brother Lu Xiaoyu. How could this not be shocking? Swish, Lu Xiaoyu turned his wrist and the blood ancestor disappeared. Senior brother, what happened to the blood ancestor? Du Xiaofu hurried forward and asked. He escaped. Lu Xiaoyu smiled at Du Xiaofu. He escaped at the risk of being seriously injured by me. He escaped into the 18 layers of hell. I'm afraid he's gone to seek the demon ancestor's protection. He escaped. Du Xiaofu felt that it was a pity. This was a very good opportunity to kill the blood ancestor. Even senior brother Lu Xiaoyu hadn't been able to suppress the blood ancestor. It would be very difficult for anyone else in this world to subdue him. That mongrel old bird had entered the 18 layers of hell. If he met up with Jiangchen, it would be a huge problem in the future. If he escaped, then so be it. There'll always be a way to deal with him. Lu Xiaoyu comforted Du Xiaofu when he saw the expression on his face. With the disappearance of the blood ancestor, all of the pressure in the air also dissipated. Lu Xiaoyu withdrew all of his power, so no one had to endure the immense pressure of a Dao bridge expert. At that moment, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Cheng, Lu Ji, Lu Fang, Lu Yin, Lu Xiang, Lu Qiao, Lu Rou, Lu Lu, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others all walked up to Lu Xiaoyu's side. Father! Uncle! The dozen or so people bowed at the same time and called out to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and looked at his children and nephews with a smile. Then, his gaze suddenly turned and stared at a young girl on the other side. This young girl was little Xingxing. Little sister, quickly come and greet uncle. Long Ke and Long Su immediately pulled little Xingxing over and brought her to Lu Xiaoyu's side. Little Xingxing greets uncle. Little Xingxing had known about Lu Xiaoyu for a long time and was well aware of his relationship with her father, the dragon god. Not bad, little girl. You've already grown so big. Lu Xiaoyu stroked little Xingxing's hair. His eyes were filled with doting love, but at the same time, there was also a bit of heartache. Little Xingxing was born and grew up in the divine martial world. As her uncle, this was the first time he saw her face to face. This little girl could have had an unimaginable background and foundation. At a young age, she could have broken through realms that countless people could not cross in their entire lives. But for some reason, she was arranged to stay in the divine martial world and suffered a lot. Uncle, where are my father and mother? Didn't they come? Little Xingxing looked at the azure-clothed man in front of her with sparkling eyes and asked hopefully. As she spoke, her eyes were constantly scanning the void, as if she wanted to find out the situation in the dark and see if her father and mother had come. You'll be able to see them very soon. They've missed you very much all these years. Lu Xiaoyu was still stroking little Xingxing's head and said warmly, Uncle promises you here that it won't be long before your family can be reunited. Yes. Little Xingxing nodded fiercely, sparkling tears flashing in her eyes. The blood ancestor has already fled. The countless beasts in the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven are no longer a concern. Let's go all out today and get rid of everything here. Just as everyone was talking, a powerhouse in the distance said loudly. His voice traveled extremely far. That's right. Without the protection of the ancient powerhouse, the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven is simply unable to withstand a single blow. Soon, someone echoed with endless killing intent. Kill all the beasts. We can't allow them to become a disaster in the future war. There were also powerhouses who shouted, their voices echoing throughout the 9 heavens. Hearing these words, countless experts were in an uproar again. The beings from the 33 heavens all raised the swords in their hands and continued to attack the beasts of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Kill. Get rid of the disaster and clear the universe. Kill. Everyone howled excitedly, shouting loudly. Before these people entered this world, they were most worried about the existence of the blood ancestor. Now that the blood ancestor has been scared away by Lu Xiaoyu, they no longer had any scruples about the following slaughter. After losing the support of the blood ancestor, the beasts of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven could only be reduced to objects of slaughter. They could not change anything. The only thing they had to face was death. Run, run, run. In just an instant, a large number of beasts had the idea of running away. Everyone had lost their fighting spirit. Their hearts were filled with fear. They did not dare to have the slightest desire to continue fighting. With such a large number of outside powerhouses besieging this place, if they could not escape at the first moment, everyone would be buried here. Therefore, a huge scene appeared in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Space was torn apart everywhere. One figure after another got into the space, trying to escape. However, how could the powerhouses from the other worlds of the 33 heavens let these people escape so easily? A large number of experts surged into the spatial rifts and slashed the beasts one after another. Let the resistance of this world end here. Looking at this scene, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly said softly. Beside him, Du Xiaofu's body tensed up when he heard these words. It seemed that senior brother was going to personally take action. Sure enough, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were like blazing suns as they swept across everywhere. Following that, the beasts silently exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. First, the Nirvana demon ancestor and a few other beasts of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Then, a large number of high-level immortal powerhouses turned into a hazy blood mist that filled the void. Du Xiaofu could feel that the laws of this world were being rewritten invisibly by senior brother Lu Xiaoyu. A new order was being created to suppress and kill the beasts invisibly. This is too terrifying. Such a scene caused Du Xiaofu to shudder with fear and trepidation. The power of the carrying Dao was so strong. With just a glance, he could kill a large number of Qian Su Jinghua heaven and immortal powerhouses. Needless to say, those below the immortal realm were reduced to nothingness under Lu Xiaoyu's gaze. Not even a speck of them was left behind. In just a few breaths of time, the surrounding area was emptied out. A large number of beasts of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven were killed. Some weak fishes that escaped the net were not killed. They were still trying to escape, but they were all intercepted by the 33 heavens powerhouses, who swarmed them and chopped them into pieces. Lu Xiaoyu did not continue to attack. He only retracted his sharp gaze and stood quietly in place. The small number of beasts that escaped and those with insufficient cultivation were hunted down by the 33 heavens powerhouses. Without the top powerhouses, this world had no chance of turning the tables even if it wanted to. Dozens of Qian Su Jinghua heavens powerhouses also gathered around Lu Xiaoyu, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others. They exchanged pleasantries with each other. Then, they heard Du Xiaofu say, the threat of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven has been eliminated. They can no longer raise any big waves. What we need to do now is to deal with the Devil Clan wholeheartedly. Yuqing Divine Emperor was right. The Devil Clan is the biggest enemy of all living things. But compared to the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, the Devil Clan is much, much stronger. They are very difficult to deal with. Most importantly, they are in the 18 levels of hell. Once they come out en masse, they will pose a terrible danger to the 33 heavens. At this moment, a powerhouse nodded and said so. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone knew the terror of the Devil Clan. Moreover, due to certain restrictions, they wanted to gain the initiative by striking first and taking measures against the Devil clan. However, they were greatly constrained and could not do so. Very few people knew what kind of existence the 18 levels of hell was. If they rashly entered, they also did not know what kind of situation they would face. The only thing they could do now was to wait and see. They could only wait for the Devil clan to come out and the beings of the 33 heavens to fight passively. However, when that time really came, the situation would directly go out of control. With the Devil ancestor of the Devil clan recovering and the Blood ancestor who had just escaped into the 18 levels of hell, the situation of the 33 heavens was very grim. I think we still need to make the first move to gain the upper hand and take the initiative to kill our way into the 18 levels of hell. Even if that place is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, we still have to give it a try. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu said seriously in a deep voice. Hearing this, the surrounding powerhouses could not help but feel suffocated. Killing their way into the 18 levels of hell, this idea was indeed crazy enough. One must know that the 18 levels of hell were completely different from the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. Every level of the 18 levels of hell suppressed the Devil ancestor's primordial spirit. In addition, there were also a large number of Devil clan powerhouses. If a few more Tao-bearing experts appeared, then no matter how many beings of the 33 heavens went in, they would all die. No one would have a chance to walk out alive. Of course, if everything went smoothly, they could successfully destroy the Devil clan's plan before the Devil ancestor recovered. At that time, the situation would be completely new. Therefore, this could be regarded as a big gamble. If they succeeded, the Devil clan would be eliminated and the world would be at peace. If they failed, all life would be lost and the great thousand worlds would fall into the hands of the Devil clan. Senior brother, do you think this method is feasible? Seeing everyone hesitate, Du Xiaofu turned his head to look at senior brother Lu Xiaoyu and asked. As the strongest powerhouse known to the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds, Du Xiaofu wanted to hear his opinion. We can give it a try. Facing Du Xiaofu's gaze, Lu Xiaoyu frowned slightly and then nodded. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's heart surged with even stronger confidence. With the approval of his senior brother, he felt that killing their way into the 18 levels of hell might not be as bad as many people thought. At the very least, they did have a chance to give it a try. Just as Du Xiaofu was thinking in his heart, Lu Xiaoyu spoke again. However, this time, I can't accompany you. I have other things to do. Of course, I will always pay attention to all the movements in the 18 levels of hell. If you need me to take action, I will appear again. With senior brother's words, I am even more relieved. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and said. His senior brother had already made the corresponding arrangements for the Devil clan, although Du Xiaofu didn't know the details. But now that the Devil clan was in chaos, he would certainly begin to prepare more things and couldn't accompany them. I will send you to the 18 levels of hell, but this time, those below the immortal realm don't need to go. You must be careful. No matter what happens, you must first save your life. Lu Xiaoyu spoke again and warned Du Xiaofu. I understand. Du Xiaofu nodded. Of course, he understood what his senior brother meant. They didn't enter the 18 levels of hell to completely wipe out the Devil clan. Under such circumstances, if those below the immortal realm entered the 18 levels of hell, it would be no different from sending them to their deaths. The Devil clan was too powerful, and they couldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. It's good that you understand. Return to the Supreme Chang Rong heaven first. Those from the other worlds, make your own preparations and gather at the Fiend God battlefield. When the time comes, I will send you there together. Lu Xiaoyu said. Chapter 2901. A Tao-carrying expert has appeared in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. He seriously injured the Blood ancestor and forced him to retreat. This news, like a hurricane, quickly swept through every corner of the 33 heavens. After the countless living beings heard this, they all felt boundless shock. Tao-carrying expert, that was a figure that only existed in legends. Of the 9 great levels of practice passed down from the ancient times, the last 2 only existed in legends. But after the demon race reappeared in the world, everyone knew that all this was not just a legend. It's just that, at that time, most of the supreme experts had fallen. Even if there were a few left in the world, no one knew their specific location. For all creatures, only the devil ancestor and the blood ancestor, who broke out of the seal of the Yin Xiong Wujiu Heaven's burial space mountain, were such existences. However, these 2 were seriously injured due to the ancient war. Their strength was greatly damaged and they still haven't recovered. It will take a very long time for them to truly reach their peak. So, the appearance of a Tao carrier realm expert at his prime was no different from a huge commotion, and it was practically on the verge of overturning the entire 33 heavens. After that Tao carrying expert appeared, he forced the blood ancestor to retreat with his supreme bearing. He even killed countless beasts with his gaze, causing countless deaths in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. After that supreme expert made his move, the army of the 33 heavens didn't even need to kill. They only needed to leave some people behind to clean up the battlefield. I didn't expect the Qian Su Jinghua heaven to be eliminated under such circumstances. Qian Su Jinghua heaven is nothing. This time, a large number of immortal experts will directly kill their way into the 18 levels of hell and fight the demon race head-on. The 18 levels of hell are different from the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. The demon race is much stronger than those countless beasts. I hope that this time, after the army of supreme experts enters, they will be able to reap results. Naturally, if they can directly nip the demon race's plan in the bud, that would be the most perfect thing. Let's not think too simply. After entering the 18 levels of hell, there will definitely be a terrifying battle. I'm afraid many people will fall in there. I only hope that the experts of the 33 heavens will be able to achieve victory in the end and return in triumph. Such discussions resounded in every corner of the 33 heavens. Countless lives were fervently discussing this. Lu Xiaoyou's name resounded throughout all the worlds. The existence of the 3,000 great worlds was also known to all living beings. To the various worlds, it was no longer a secret. In addition, the young Yuqing divine emperor from the Yuqing divine nation of the supreme Changrong heaven also moved countless people. Whether it was attacking the Qian Su Jinghua heaven or slaughtering their way into the 18 levels of hell, it was all his idea. He could really be said to be an extremely daring master. Moreover, the other worlds were even more shocked because the Yuqing divine emperor, Du Xiaofu, was actually at the legendary Void Dao realm at such a young age. He'd only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years, yet his strength was almost on par with an ordinary meditative realm expert. It was probably only a matter of time before he stepped into the enlightenment realm. Du Xiaofu's other identity was also discussed enthusiastically by many living beings. The relationship between Du Xiaofu and Lu Xiaoyu was that of a brother. All of the living beings in the 33 heavens began to move, preparing to enter the 18 layers of hell. The appearance of the enlightenment realm expert, Lu Xiaoyu, was like a cardiac stimulant to the entire world, causing countless people to feel excited. When the news of the demon race's comeback spread throughout the various worlds, everyone fell into boundless fear. No one had the confidence to defeat the demon race. However, from this day onwards, boundless hope was ignited in them. The existence of an enlightenment realm expert was the solid backing of all living beings. It gave them enough confidence to truly fight the demon race. However, while everyone was excited, they also knew very clearly that the demon race was not easy to deal with. The existence of an enlightenment realm expert was only a leader for all living beings. If they truly wanted to obtain the final victory, they would still have to pay an unimaginable price. Only through endless slaughter could they hope to achieve it. In the fiend god battlefield, the boundless smell of blood filled the air. The earth was dark red and dry, and there were traces of ancient battles everywhere. The air was filled with a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura. If an ordinary person under the seizing god level were to enter this place, they would most likely be killed in an instant. In the depths of the fiend god battlefield, in front of the gate of hell, Du Xiaofu stood in the air. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, revealing a domineering and absolute aura. Beside him, a large number of experts gathered. Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Qing, Long Ke, Long Su, Chu Dao Ju, Ling Feng, Long San, and a large number of experts from the 3,000 sectors were all present. In addition to the people from the 3,000 great worlds, more than 10 cultivators in the meditative realm had left the sacred grounds of the supreme Changrong heaven. In addition, there were more than a few 100,000 immortal realm cultivators from various factions gathered here. For this trip to the 18 layers of hell, everything will be arranged by Uncle Master Du. We just need to listen to his orders. Among the crowd, Lu Jingyun spoke as such. In response, Du Xiaofu only nodded and didn't decline at all. The others also did not make any objections. Du Xiaofu's identity and strength were there for all to see. It was enough to convince everyone. It's a pity that the experts from the 3,000 sectors have not arrived yet. Otherwise, our chances would be greater this time. Long K sighed slightly and many people nodded in agreement. The strength of the 3,000 sectors was very strong. If all of them rushed to the 33 heavens and entered the 18 layers of hell together, it would be an extremely strong battle force. For this trip to the 18 layers of hell, we don't need all the top battle forces of the 33 heavens and 3,000 sectors to come out. Consider it as a vanguard to prepare for the great battle in the future. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment, then said, we only need to wait for the other worlds of the 33 heavens to finish gathering. Then, we can set off. Hopefully, we can deal a heavy blow to the devil race. His eyes were burning, but his expression was solemn. The surrounding experts also had solemn expressions. This was a challenge and also a gamble. Everyone hoped to win in the end. However, the process might be much more terrifying than they imagined. At this moment, the void in the distance trembled. Then, a large group of figures walked out of the void and appeared in front of everyone. Emperor Tai Ping Tsing Tian is here to enter the 18 layers of hell with the other experts. Among the people who came, someone spoke loudly. His voice was loud and clear, and it reached the ears of Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Chu Dao Ju and everyone else. As the voice fell, the group of people also arrived in front of the many experts. With the power of the primordial spirit, one could clearly sense that there were people who were not in the meditative realm. The other hundreds of thousands of people were all immortal experts. Emperor Tai Ping Tsing Tian has finally arrived. The experts of this world exchanged a few polite words with Du Xiaofu and the others. Then, they gathered together and continued to wait. With the addition of these experts, the group grew rapidly, and the number of experts doubled. However, as soon as everyone stood still, another wave of fluctuation came. Then, a large number of experts arrived. Xian Guan Tang Tian is here to enter the 18 layers of hell with the other experts to fight the demon clan. Another powerful world's experts had arrived. There were humans and beasts among them. They were extremely powerful. Their arrival caused the bloody chi in the divine demon battlefield to tremble horribly. Instantly, a lot of it was dispersed. The auras of hundreds of thousands of people intertwined together. It was really terrifying. Yuanding Cheng Mang Tian is here to enter the 18 layers of hell with the other experts to fight the demon clan. Moyuan Nye Chu Tian is here to enter the 18 layers of hell with the other experts of the world. Zhou Huangzhen Xian Tian is here to enter the 18 layers of hell with the other experts of the 33 heavens. Dazzling Tian is here to enter the 18 layers of hell with the other experts of the world. Xylan Hong Hong Tian is here to enter the 18 layers of hell with the other experts to fight the demon clan. With the arrival of the first two, it was as if some kind of balance had been broken. In the next period of time, there were huge fluctuations coming from the void of the divine demon battlefield from time to time. Experts arrived one after another. There were humans, beasts, and demons. Many powerful races appeared in the world. Among them, there were even races that had been passed down from ancient times. They were extremely powerful. The strength of the 33 heavens is gathered in one place. It's really spectacular. Du Xiaofu murmured in his heart. He could not help but sigh. Under his gaze, the various worlds were extremely powerful. The number of experts was not inferior to the supreme Changrong heaven. Among them, there were even worlds that were much more powerful than the 35 holy lands and 72 holy kingdoms of the supreme Changrong heaven. With so many people gathered together, the scene was grand and terrifying. As time passed, people from the other worlds of the 33 heavens, such as the great multiverse heavens, the great ultimate beginning heavens, the thoughtless and dimmed heavens, the peaceful and peaceful yang heavens, the Tao fetus barren heavens, the true purity Yu heavens, the vast universe ancient ducks heavens, and the other worlds all appeared and gathered outside the gates of hell. With such a powerful force gathered together, it should be enough to make a trip to the 18 layers of hell. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. His gaze swept over the experts of the various worlds. With such a terrifying force gathered together, it was far more powerful than he'd imagined. The 18 layers of hell were forbidden lands. Since ancient times, few people had known about them. Naturally, the dangers within were far more terrifying than he'd imagined. To tell the truth, although Du Xiaofu wanted to lead the charge into the 18 layers of hell, he didn't have much confidence in succeeding. Everything he'd done was for the sake of striking first to gain the upper hand. He wanted to avoid falling into a passive position after Jiangchen recovered and the demon clan went completely berserk. But now that the experts of the various worlds of the 33 heavens had gathered here, he felt slightly more at ease. At this very moment, virtually all of the 33 heavens peak experts had gathered here. The dragons, the phoenixes, and the Qilins, all three of the most powerful ancient clans had emerged. The total number of meditated warriors from all the worlds was over 200, and the number of immortals reached a shocking 6 million. Although this wasn't the full strength of the 33 heavens, it wasn't too far off. Du Xiaofu suddenly felt that perhaps this trip to the 18 layers of hell would truly cause a huge commotion. Even if they couldn't completely destroy the demon clan's scheme, they'd definitely be able to ruthlessly peel off a layer of their skin. The 33 heavens are incomparably powerful. Every major race is glorious beyond compare. But from this, it's easy to imagine how terrifying the demon clan will be once they truly emerge from hell. Even as his confidence soared, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think of this. The current 33 heavens were indeed very powerful. However, compared to the ancient era, it was still a lot weaker. After all, in that era, the heavens and earth had just been opened. Order had yet to be established, the laws had yet to appear, and life had yet to flourish. There were many Tao-carrying powerhouses, not to mention meditated and immortal powerhouses. But even in such a powerful situation, the demon clan, under the leadership of the demon ancestor, had still swept through the 33 heavens, plunging the entire world into a bloody war. Relatively speaking, the most terrifying aspect of the demon clan lay in their fearless slaughter and the ferocity of the demon ancestor and other demon powerhouses. They were able to resist the likes of Great God Pangu and Empyrean Absolute. They had been suppressed in the 18 layers of hell for countless years and inevitably retained many powerhouses. Most importantly, the demon ancestor had now reawakened and was recovering step by step. No one could stop the rise of the demon clan. With so many powerhouses from the various great worlds, they'll definitely be able to overturn the 18 layers of hell and turn it upside down. Yes, on this trip, will definitely give the demon clan a good taste of their own medicine. Don't they want the 33 heavens to be reduced to a demon domain? Let's turn the 18 layers of hell into a true hell first. Even if we die this time, we must destroy the demon clan's plot and crush their plans. We absolutely cannot allow the demon clan to leave hell and wreak havoc in the 33 heavens. After the many powerhouses arrived, many people began to discuss, all of them impassioned and filled with great courage. In fact, some of them were even prepared to die and wanted to go all out. They were the peak powerhouses of the 33 heavens and had the responsibility to protect all living beings. With the demon clan in chaos, they had to be the first to resist. If they could preserve the 33 heavens and prevent the demon clan from taking a single step out of the 18 layers of hell, then even if most of their powerhouses died, the result would still be a success. Thinking of this, many people surged with fighting spirit, stirring up the void and twisting together, causing the heavens and earth to tremble uncontrollably. The scarlet radiance that filled the sky in the fiend god battle mirror was dispersed by this terrifying power. Is everyone here? At this moment, a faint voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it clearly passed into the ears of the millions of people present, causing them to be startled as they felt a great pressure descend upon them. The scene instantly became eerily quiet. The scene that was noisy just a moment ago quieted down in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at a certain place in the void, only to see that without any fluctuations, the figure of an azure-robed man walked out and landed directly beside Du Xiaofu. Is this the expert at the Dao vessel stage? The appearance of the azure-robed man attracted everyone's attention. According to the rumors, it wasn't difficult for them to speculate that this person was Lu Xiaoyu, the one who severely injured the blood ancestor in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven and killed a large number of beast clan powerhouses with his gaze. The gazes of the millions of people all became reverent as they looked at the azure-robed man's figure, all of them couldn't help but slightly lower their heads in respect. This was a legendary powerhouse. At this moment, he had truly appeared in front of everyone, making it difficult for them to look straight at him. This was a Dao-bearing expert who carried the Dao with his body. He had condensed a great Dao himself and transcended the shackles and restraints imposed by the world. Senior brother, everyone is here. Send everyone to the 18 levels of hell. Du Xiaofu stepped forward and cupped his hands towards his senior brother Lu Xiaoyu as he spoke. Good. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and said, as I said before, you must be careful. If you encounter a situation that you can't resist, think of a way to protect your life first. You can think of other ways in the future. Everyone is the same. He warned Du Xiaofu again. There was a hint of worry between his handsome brows that couldn't be dispelled. This seemed to be something that was rarely seen. I understand. I will definitely act according to senior brother's instructions. Du Xiaofu replied solemnly. This was the second time that his senior brother had said this. Naturally, Du Xiaofu would treat it seriously. He knew that he would play a crucial role in the battle to completely kill the demon ancestor in the future. Naturally, he would be careful to protect his life. Otherwise, all the plans would be for naught. Many powerhouses from the 3,000 sectors have also made their preparations and are rushing to the 33 heavens. Once they arrive, when needed, I will send them to the 18 levels of hell to help you. Lu Xiaoyu spoke again as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded and replied. Since everyone is fully prepared, then there's no need to delay any longer. I will send everyone to the 18 levels of hell. Then, Lu Xiaoyu didn't say anything else. He directly stretched out a finger and fiercely drew a line in the void. Swish, this finger was like an extremely sharp knife that split the void open, and a huge spatial crack appeared. In this crack, there were violent auras of death, violence, blood, and murder. Vaguely, one could hear the cries of battle that would make one's scalp go numb. Needless to say, this was the aura of the 18 levels of hell. Let's go. Du Xiaofu did not think too much about it. He took the lead and led Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and many other experts of the transcendent Chang Rong heaven into the spatial crack. Let's go. Kill our way into the 18 levels of hell and kill the demon clan. The powerhouses from the other worlds of the 33 heavens also moved quickly and rushed into the spatial crack like a swarm of bees. One by one, they disappeared. When the spatial crack closed, the divine demon battlefield became extremely spacious. Only a few powerhouses stayed behind to guard. Vaguely, one could hear voices from the spatial crack. This time, we will definitely turn the 18 levels of hell upside down. Chapter 2902. Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, Chu Daoju, Long San, and the millions of experts from the 33 heavens only felt a strong light flash in front of them, and then they entered the 18 levels of hell. What pounced on their faces was a strong murderous aura. Everywhere they could see was a scene of devastation. Waves of fishy wind swept over, making people want to vomit. In the entire space, there were waves of strong devil chi lingering. It was extremely terrifying. The ground was covered with eerie broken bones. Not a single one of them was in a complete state. In the distant river, scarlet blood flowed. A large amount of fog shrouded the sky, causing the sky to be dark and blood-red. Such a space caused many experts to feel shocked. He had never seen it before. Even if the God-Devil War realm had been soaked in blood for countless years, it could not compare to the terrifying aura of this place. This area could definitely be called a devil's domain. As expected of the name of hell, it is so terrifying. It is said that the 18 levels of hell are worlds created by the devil ancestor in ancient times. With his characteristic of killing, the worlds he created are also like this. Just standing here makes people feel flustered and tremble. I really don't know what kind of grand occasion the 18 levels of hell were when they were at their peak. Many powerhouses began to discuss among themselves. They could not help but feel shocked. In ancient times, the demon clan's ferocious reputation was blazing. Even after so many years, it still made people tremble in fear. No one had ever entered the 18 levels of hell. Everything they knew only existed in legends. And now that they had personally come, it was impossible for them not to feel uneasy. This is the first level of the 18 levels of hell. There are many devils here, but they are not very strong. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed as he looked around, and at the same time, he said to the many experts around him. In the past, because he had chased Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan, he had come to the first level of the 18 levels of hell. He could be considered the only person who understood this place. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the others also began to size up the situation in this space. They could indeed sense the existence of many creatures. These creatures were all very strange. Some were different from those of the 33 heavens. Some had demon horns, some were covered in scales, some had sinister spikes on their backs, some had arms as sharp as blades, and so on and so forth. Just by looking at the forms of these creatures, one could determine that they were born to kill. The first level of the 18 levels of hell. I wonder what level the devil ancestor has entered, to what extent has he recovered, and how strong is he? An expert narrowed his eyes as he spoke. This was the question that everyone was most concerned about. The most terrifying powerhouse of the demon race was the demon ancestor. It was under his leadership that the life forms of the 33 heavens felt an endless pressure. Everyone wanted to know where the devil ancestor was, how many seals he had broken, and how much primordial spirit power he had obtained. Let's not think so much. Yuqing Divine Emperor, tell us what to do. We will listen to your orders. At this moment, an expert of the third level of meditative realm spoke and cast his gaze at Du Xiaofu, who was at the front of the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement. Entering the 18 levels of hell naturally required a leader. They could not fight as a sheet of loose sand. And Du Xiaofu was the most suitable candidate. Firstly, although he was young, his cultivation was not weak, so they could obey. Secondly, the expert of the carrier realm, Lu Xiaoyu, was Du Xiaofu's senior brother. Based on this identity, no one dared to go against his will. Thirdly, many people had heard of Du Xiaofu's deeds recently. They knew that he was not a mediocre person, and had enough ability to lead everyone. Previously, killing his way into the Qian Su Jinghua heaven was the best example. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, "Our first task is to break through the levels one by one until we meet the devil ancestor. During this period, if we meet any experts of the devil clan, kill them all. We must not leave any future trouble. To put it bluntly, what we need to do is to directly sweep through. We don't need to achieve a big goal. We only need to make the places we pass into the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, and weaken the strength of the devil clan." As Du Xiaofu spoke, the place was silent. Everyone listened carefully to his words. When he finished, everyone nodded in agreement, indicating that they understood. He. I like this approach. Don't the devil clan like to kill? Let's kill them first. An expert's eyes shone with a fierce light as he said coldly. No one knew the situation in the 18 levels of hell clearly. Therefore, it seemed unrealistic to want to achieve a goal. Therefore, after Du Xiaofu's words came out, everyone felt that it was very reasonable. Instead of setting an unrealistic goal, it was better to directly kill and sweep through like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Our arrival will definitely cause a huge commotion in the 18 hells. Fellow Taoists, for the peace of the 33 heavens, for the survival of all races, kill. Kill the devil clan, end the existence of the 18 levels of hell. One by one, the experts began to shout. Everyone's emotions were stirred up and they were incomparably excited. Go! Du Xiaofu waved his hand and took the lead. He directly rushed into the depths. Kill! The millions of experts of the 33 heavens also moved. Everyone raised their swords and sabers and rushed to various places in this world. They maintained a tenacious front line and pushed into the depths. In just an instant, the first level of hell began to boil. The many creatures here saw a large number of experts descend. Without a word, they began a tragic massacre. Why are there so many powerhouses that have come to my 18 levels of hell? These seem to be life forms from the outside world, but they are actually such terrifying powerhouses. This is too terrifying. What are they trying to do? Could it be that they want to sweep through my 18 levels of hell? Crazy. Too crazy. Do they think there is no one in my 18 levels of hell? We must make these creatures stay here and kill them all. Kill. Make the life forms of the 33 heavens pay the price. In the first layer of hell, many of the devil race's members were shocked. Looking at the different appearances of these life forms arriving, they knew that these people likely came from the 33 heavens. The demon powerhouses were enraged. This was simply not placing them in their eyes at all. The 33 heavens actually dared to slaughter their way into the 18 levels of hell. This was too arrogant. Soon, countless demons rushed into the skies and welcomed the powerhouses of the 33 heavens. Humph, so the demons of the first level of hell only have this much strength. They want to resist us. They are simply throwing away their lives. Among the life forms of the 33 heavens, someone coldly snorted. Under the perception of everyone's primordial spirit, it wasn't difficult to discover that the strongest demon powerhouses were at the truth-severing boundary. There were also some at the immortal boundary, but there were very few of them. Compared to the powerhouses of the 33 heavens, they were simply negligible. Since they've delivered themselves to our doorstep, let's just accept them. That's right, all demons deserve to die. If they want to cause chaos in the 33 heavens, they should first cause chaos in the 18 levels of hell. Kill! The powerhouses of the 33 heavens shouted out one after another. Their bodies surged with a powerful fighting spirit as they rushed into the midst of the demons and began a fierce slaughter. With such a great disparity in strength, when the two armies collided, the result was completely one-sided. Even though the demons were numerous, they weren't able to withstand the might of the 33 heavens. The life forms of the 33 heavens were simply too powerful. The weakest amongst them were at the immortal boundary, and there were also several hundred meditative realm powerhouses amongst them. Each and every one of them was able to sweep through a vast expanse of devilish beings, creating an absolute crushing force. In just several breaths of time, a great number of demons had been killed or wounded. And such a situation was like a bucket of cold water being poured over them, causing the demons to feel a chill run down their spines from head to toe. It was only at this time that they were able to truly distinguish the situation between the two sides. Relatively speaking, the strength of the first level of the 18 levels of hell was far too weak. Under the assault of several million demons, they were completely routed. How can these life forms be so strong? They're actually all immortal powerhouses. This is too terrifying. It seems that it's not just immortal powerhouses, but also a great number of meditative powerhouses. We can't resist them. What are the 33 heavens thinking? Could it be that they've turned out in full force? The members of the devil race were all panicking. Many of them were chattering their teeth. It was true that they loved to slaughter and did not fear death, but in the face of such a powerful opponent, they didn't even have the strength to resist. This naturally gave birth to a great sense of fear. We can't fight anymore. Retreat. Hurry and retreat. These people are too strong. We aren't their match. Hurry and retreat to the second level of hell. There are many powerhouses in the second level of hell. Blocking them will be much easier. Staying here will only lead to a meaningless death. Retreat. As the demons saw the might of the powerhouses of the 33 heavens from afar, they instantly felt the desire to retreat. Large swathes of figures flew into the distance, preparing to retreat to the second level of hell. There were even more demon powerhouses there. Their overall strength was much greater than this space. It's impossible for the second level of hell to block these people. It looks like we'll have to go even deeper. In the area of retreat, some demon powerhouses thought. They secretly estimated the strength of the life forms of the 33 heavens and came to such a conclusion. The 33 heavens were absolutely powerful. If it weren't for the demon ancestor and some other powerhouses leading them, then even if the demons all moved out at the same time, it would still be difficult for them to sweep through all the great worlds. Thus, in the face of so many powerhouses attacking them, many people felt that this would be a difficult struggle. But they weren't particularly worried. As long as they could escape with their lives and enter the depths of the 18 levels of hell, everything would be fine. There was also the Lord Demon General and Lord Demon Attendant. In addition, the Lord Demon Ancestor was also in the depths of hell. Don't waste time here. Just push your way through. The demons on this level are too weak. There's no need to waste too much time here. Among the powerhouses of the 33 heavens, Du Xiaofu took the lead. The purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand shot out beams of dazzling sword light. Every time he cut down, a massive number of demons would die. As he slaughtered, he shouted out to the surrounding crowd. He had already expected the general situation of the first level of hell. The life forms here weren't too strong, they simply weren't a threat to his million-strong army. The stronger challenges were still to come. He didn't want to waste too much time on this level. If he allowed the demons on this level to retreat early and allow the other 17 levels of hell to prepare, that would not be a good thing for his side. Thus, Du Xiaofu directly rushed through, killing all the demons he encountered along the way. His goal was the gateway to the second level of hell. He didn't know the exact location of the gateway, but by following the direction in which the demons had retreated, he was able to get a rough idea. Kill! The powerhouses of the 33 heavens constantly shouted, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. Kill! Follow the Yuqing Divine Emperor and find the entrance to the second level of hell. In the midst of the slaughter, they didn't stop for long. They directly rushed through, killing all the demons along the way. Everyone followed closely behind Du Xiaofu as they rushed into the depths of the first level of hell. In the ancient times, each level of hell was its own independent world. It was similar to the 33 heavens. However, in the final battle, Great God Pangu and Heavenly Lord Daluo worked together to form the 18 levels of hell into a single entity. In other words, it's a great array that has the power to seal each other. As they advanced, Lu Jingyun transmitted his voice to Du Xiaofu. I already know this. Back in the divine battle world, I was fortunate enough to see the illusion left behind by Heavenly Lord Daluo. Du Xiaofu nodded. Back then, Heavenly Lord Daluo had transformed Daluo Heaven into a great array that enveloped the 33 heavens and suppressed the demon ancestor's physical body. Great God Pangu had used his own strength and the power of many worlds to seal the 18 levels of hell and split the demon ancestor's nascent soul into 18 parts. In other words, each level of hell was separated by a powerful barrier. However, after so many years in the 18 levels of hell, Jiangchen must have broken through many of the seals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain every bit of the demon ancestor's nascent soul power. After each level of hell's seal is broken, large numbers of demons will follow the demon ancestor and enter even deeper levels. Thus, the further we go, the greater the resistance we'll encounter. In the depths of hell, there's likely to be a large number of demon powerhouses. The realm of eternity, the realm of meditative forgetfulness, and even the realm of Tao Carrier. Lu Jingyun spoke again with a solemn expression on his face. This was merely a guess on the surface, but it was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. The blood ancestor had fled here, and there were a few demon generals who'd been sealed along with the demon ancestor's nascent soul. They were all in the realm of Tao Carrier, so if they were to emerge, the situation wouldn't be optimistic. If that really happened, perhaps only his father, Lu Xiaoyu, would have a chance. I've thought about this as well, but it's precisely because of this situation that I feel we shouldn't waste too much time. If we push our way through, perhaps we'll be able to reap even more rewards. Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed resplendently as he spoke. He'd learned that the 18 levels of hell didn't just contain the demon ancestor's nascent soul, they also contained demon generals. Every demon general was extremely powerful, even stronger than the two great demon attendants of the past, Dongli Qihuang and Shen Yan, when they were at their peak. They were all in the realm of Tao Carrier and were extremely terrifying. No matter which devil general it was, they would definitely be a powerhouse that was difficult to resist. Just like the blood ancestor, they couldn't be resisted by other powerhouses of the Tao Carrier realm. Even if it was an expert at the third level of meditative oblivion, he was like an ant before a Tao vessel realm expert, and he could be slapped to death with a single slap. This sort of gap was truly too huge. Carrying the Tao with one's body, accomplishing one's own grand Tao, and escaping the shackles of the energy of the heavens and the earth was unimaginably terrifying. Counter soldiers with arms, water with earth we're. Let's go. Since we've come to the 18th layer of hell, we must make the demon race suffer. Du Xiaofu's eyes burned brightly as if he was looking through the void. He didn't say anything else, and he continued charging towards the depths of the first level of hell. Behind them, millions of powerhouses from the 33 heavens followed. Each one of them had a ferocious aura. As they cut down the demons not too far away, they advanced at full speed. The first layer of hell was incomparably vast, no less than a world of the 33 heavens. After spending a lot of time, they finally arrived at a special area. Here, a gigantic volcanic crater appeared in front of everyone. Clusters of flames spat out tongues of fire, burning the void into a chaotic state, making the air above the volcanic crater look like a swamp. What a terrifying place, it really looks like a purgatory. Seeing such a frightening scene, some powerhouses broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to approach the volcanic crater. Presumably, this is the gateway to the second layer of hell. The seal here has been broken, but the remaining power is still terrifying. Du Xiaofu said softly as he stared ahead. The terrifying energy erupting from the volcanic crater was so terrifying that even with his current strength, he could feel the monstrous heat coming from it. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. The hellfire was extremely hot, capable of burning through a person's body and divine soul. If one's cultivation was insufficient to step into it, they would likely end up destroyed in body and soul. Fortunately, the millions of people that came from the 33 heavens were at least at the immortal boundary. If they wanted to pass through this broken seal, there might be some trouble, but it wouldn't stop them from advancing. His senior apprentice brother Lu Xiaoyu had said that one had to be at least at the immortal boundary to enter the 18th layer of hell. Once we pass through here, we'll reach the second layer of hell. Let's go and see what kind of demon race powerhouses we'll encounter in the second layer. Lu Jingyun took a step forward and directly appeared above the volcanic crater, allowing the terrifying flames to burn his body. He stood there like a god that had been tempered hundreds of times, dignified and imposing. The layers of terrifying strength were completely isolated from his body. Chapter 2903. Following Lu Jingyun's lead, the rest of the powerhouses moved as well. Hundreds of meditative realm powerhouses moved at the same time, creating a giant dome of light that enveloped the millions of immortal realm cultivators. Under the protection of the meditative realm powerhouses, everyone leaped into the air and dived into the terrifying volcano. The raging flames engulfed the millions of people. Even though the meditative realm powerhouses blocked the flames, many people still felt the heat penetrate their souls and their primordial spirits hurt. Inside the giant volcano, bursts of whistling noises could be heard. Screams that sounded like the wails of ghosts could be heard, making one's scalp tingle. Clusters of fire flickered and swayed, melting everything and burning fiercely. This scene was just like the purgatory of legends. It was incomparably terrifying. Du Xiaofu and the others couldn't help but feel a little flustered. The seal before them was broken by the demon ancestor, yet it was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it must have been in the ancient times when the seal was still intact. The group of people endured the unimaginable heat as they continued to descend. After a long time, it was as if they were traveling between worlds. After all, this was the 18 levels of hell. It was set up by Pangu. Therefore, the hundreds of meditative realm cultivators here couldn't travel quickly. Though the power of the flames is terrifying, it can train the body and the soul. If I train here for a long time, I will definitely benefit a lot. As they descended, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think to himself. He carefully felt the burning sensation all over his body and felt the subtle changes in his body. The power of the fire of hell could burn everything, including the primordial spirit. However, if one could withstand it and train his body, he would gain unimaginable benefits. One could say that this was a dangerous place, but at the same time, it was also a blessed place. Whoosh, with that thought in mind, Du Xiaofu made his move. He broke free from the protective force that Lu Jingyun had set up and entered the flames. And this action really gave many people a big fright. What is the Yuqing Emperor doing? Many people were puzzled and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Hellfire is too dangerous. God Emperor, be careful. Some people thought that Du Xiaofu might have discovered something and wanted to go in to investigate. They couldn't help but shout. Dad, little Xingxing's pretty eyes rotated and she quickly understood Du Xiaofu's thoughts. She knew her father too well. She knew that he definitely wanted to use the uniqueness of this area to train himself. Beside little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao's eyes were also filled with shock. His cultivation was not weak, but he did not dare to rashly step into those flames. Huff huff huff, when Du Xiaofu entered the flames, his entire body was instantly enveloped by the boundless burning power. Those tongues of flame were like the forked tongues of a viper, licking Du Xiaofu's body from every angle. With each bite, a small scorched hole would appear on his chi outside his body. Since he wants to train himself, let's do it more fiercely. Faced with such a situation, Du Xiaofu's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. Then, he immediately withdrew all the energy around his body and allowed the flames to engulf his entire body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was engulfed and he disappeared. This scene shocked the millions of experts even more. Uncle Master Du was able to reach this stage at such a young age. It's not like he came from nowhere. Lu Jingyun couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Du Xiaofu's actions. That's right. After entering the 18 levels of hell, he's still thinking about increasing his strength and using the hellfire to train himself. How can an ordinary person do something like this? This little guy is really not simple. Amongst the powerhouses of the 33 heavens, an old man in the meditative realm stroked his beard. He looked at Du Xiaofu with eyes full of amazement. It was precisely his words that caused everyone present to be fiercely shocked. What? The Yuqing godly emperor wants to use the hellfire to train himself? That's crazy. Isn't he afraid of being burned to ashes? Lunatic, he's really a lunatic. How dare he? That's the hellfire. That's right. The seal here could even suppress the primordial spirit of the demon ancestor. Even if it's just a broken flame, it's definitely not something an ordinary person can withstand. The illusory realm. He was able to reach such a legendary realm. He didn't do it through trickery. In an instant, the immortal realm experts of the 33 heavens were in an uproar as they discussed excitedly. Du Xiaofu's actions were too crazy, causing everyone to feel aghast. They couldn't imagine that other than those in the meditative realm, who would dare to come into contact with such a terrifying environment. The Yuqing godly emperor had already withdrawn his protective energy. If he wasn't careful, there wouldn't be anything left of him. This young Yuqing godly emperor will definitely surpass all of us in the future. In the 33 heavens, another meditative realm expert sighed. His eyes were as deep as the abyss and there was an uncontrollable fluctuation in them. From Du Xiaofu, he saw a spirit that many cultivators didn't have. In order to increase his own strength, he wouldn't be afraid of danger. As long as there was something to be gained, he would definitely do it. Most importantly, Du Xiaofu also had countless opportunities. With these two factors, Du Xiaofu was naturally able to reach a height that others could never hope to reach. I wonder what the Yuqing godly emperor will gain this time. How much will he gain? An expert smacked his lips and said. Many people were envious, but at the same time, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. They didn't have Du Xiaofu's strength, but they also didn't have his courage. In order to cultivate, the purple-robed young man was going all out. Surrounded by the hellfire, the group continued to descend. Du Xiaofu moved with them. This was a long-distance jump. It would probably take a long time. Covered by the boundless flames, Du Xiaofu felt that he was burning red. He was like a piece of metal that was being cooked. Layers of red skin were burning and peeling off. Like iron slag, they were finally burned to ashes. His entire person looked like a golden body made of molten iron. Huff huff huff, in Du Xiaofu's Naiwan palace, his primordial spirit was being calcined and refined. However, the hellfire was too terrifying. His consciousness was being burned and he wasn't in a clear state of mind. Fortunately, there was intense pain all over his body at all times, allowing Du Xiaofu to maintain a bit of consciousness in the midst of the pain again and again. He clenched his teeth and purplish gold blood flowed out. Then, like oil, a cluster of thick flames appeared in the hellfire. Hold on. I must be able to hold on. Du Xiaofu kept thinking in his heart. Using only his physical body and primordial spirit to resist such power. He tried his best to resist and did not use his own strength to dissolve the terrifying heat. Every time the hellfire burned his body, it would have a great tempering effect. Du Xiaofu could feel that whether it was his physical body or his primordial spirit, they were becoming more and more solid in this process. As long as he could hold on until the end, the benefits he would gain would be unimaginable. However, the prerequisite for all of this was to be able to hold on. Brother Jingyun. Under the protection of many powerhouses, little Xingxing suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Jingyun. She asked, "How is father?" With her strength, she could not see Du Xiaofu's condition clearly. However, she could not help but worry. Uncle Du's condition is not very good. However, his life is not in danger. He has completely removed his defensive power. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would be able to resist the hellfire. However, after being tempered and refined by the hellfire, his strength will increase tremendously. Lu Jingyun said, directly dispelling little Xingxing's worries. Indeed, the hellfire was extremely terrifying. Even high-level immortal realm experts would be burned to ashes if they did not use their full strength. Therefore, in order to preserve their battle strength and ensure that everyone could display their full strength after entering the second layer of hell, many meditative immortal realm experts took action to protect themselves, leading millions of people through the hellfire barrier. However, everything Du Xiaofu was doing now was to increase his strength. Lu Jingyun could see through Du Xiaofu's current condition, so he was not too worried. He believed that once Du Xiaofu could not hold on, he would definitely choose to use his own strength to resist. It's good that he's fine. Hearing Lu Jingyun's words, little Xingxing heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, after a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Brother Jingyun, I want to give it a try too." Although she asked in a questioning tone, little Xingxing did not ask for Lu Jingyun's, Long K's, or Long Su's permission. She directly jumped into the hellfire. Under such circumstances, the dozen or so meditative immortal realm experts from the 3,000 boundless worlds were caught off guard. "Little sister, be careful." Long K and Long Su shouted at the same time, their hearts trembling with fear. They were very clear about little Xingxing's cultivation. She was only at the 5th sky of immortal realm. Although she had mastered 3 complete primordial laws, her true strength was comparable to high-level immortal realm experts. However, if Little Star used all his strength to resist the hellfire, he would definitely be able to endure it. However, if he wanted to learn from Du Xiaofu and use the terrifying flames to temper himself, it would be an extremely dangerous thing to do. That's the Yuqing Divine Emperor's daughter. The little girl looks beautiful, but she's also so fierce. If you're not a family, you won't enter the same house. This father and daughter pair are both crazy. Without a doubt, they can reach a height that ordinary people can't reach at such a young age. One has surpassed the truth-severing realm with 4 complete primordial laws and stepped into the void path. The other has also mastered 3 complete primordial laws. This father and daughter pair are too frightening. I hope they can make some progress this time. That way, when we deal with the Devil Clan later, our overall strength will be stronger. The millions of experts in the 33 heavens began to discuss. They were all amazed by Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing. Especially little Xingxing. Her cultivation was not particularly strong. There were many 8th sky and 9th sky immortal realm experts present, but no one dared to enter the hellfire. I want to try too. If I temper my primordial spirit and body here, I can definitely make rapid progress. I can't be left behind by Du Xiaofu. Just as everyone was still in shock, another voice spoke out. At the same time, they heard an earth-shattering roar, which shook the eardrums of many people. Immediately after, the figure of a red-bone horse monkey, which was as tall and majestic as a mountain, appeared. Its huge feet took a step forward and stepped into the boundless flames. Du Xiaoyao, this guy, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, and the others were all amazed. They were all stunned. Under everyone's gaze, little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao entered the hellfire one after another. The aura and power they had placed around their bodies were all removed. The tongues of fire licked their bodies. Every bite caused a black hole to appear on their bodies. Their bodies instantly turned red from the heat. Some of their body parts directly fell down and turned into powder. The tyrannical power invaded, causing Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing's bodies to distort, as if they were about to melt into liquid. The hellfire was simply too fierce. After removing their defenses, the strength of the two of them was insufficient to resist it. In just a moment, a huge crisis had already appeared. Many powerhouses felt their bodies tense up when they saw this. If this were to continue, then it probably wouldn't be long before the blazing flames would invade every inch of their flesh and soul core, causing them to transform into wisps of smoke. These two fellows are really bold. Seeing this situation, Long Ke could not help but laugh bitterly and shake his head fiercely. I'd better help them. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous. Lu Ying stepped forward lightly and struck out a five-colored brilliance. Releasing a clear splendor, it enveloped Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing within. Under such protection, the condition of Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing slowly stabilized. Their distorted bodies returned to their original state. Like molten iron that had met with some coldness, it solidified a little. Under Lu Ying's control, a large amount of hellfire passed through her defenses and invaded Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing's bodies. However, this amount was extremely well controlled. Therefore, while the two of them were experiencing immense pain, their bodies and primordial spirits were also undergoing refinement and transformation, just like Du Xiaofu. Traces of impurities were removed by the raging flames, and the energy in their bodies was also cleansed, becoming purer and purer. If not for the fact that we have to enter the second level of hell and preserve our strength, I would also want to go and properly refine myself. Chu Daoju could not help but lick his lips, and actually felt a little envious. However, right now, no matter how he looked at it, he could not compare to Du Xiaofu. If he were to enter the hellfire, he would definitely need the help of a meditative forgetting expert. There will always be a chance. There's no need to rush. Ling Feng opened his mouth and advised with a hint of pity. The most important mission this time was to eliminate the demons, so they definitely needed to preserve everyone's strength. As a result, it was impossible for many people to enter the hellfire to be refined. Even though they felt pity, no one felt dissatisfied. Du Xiaofu had relied on his own strength to do all of this, while Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing had the assistance of a meditative forgetting expert. Most people would be envious of such treatment. In the following period of time, everyone continued to watch Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and little Xingxing refine themselves in the hellfire. The damaged seal connected the first and second levels of hell. It was equivalent to the crack between the two worlds of the 33 heavens. They needed to pass through it to reach the second level. They did not move very quickly, so they spent a very long time there. Only several years later did they sense an even more brutal and bloody presence pass through the raging flames. We're almost there. Lu Jingyun narrowed his eyes slightly as he said from within the group. The second level of hell, we're here. Many experts regained their spirits and gathered their ferocious chi, preparing for battle. In the second level of hell, they would definitely encounter even stronger resistance than in the first level. However, they did not know if there would be any powerhouses that they could not handle. However, no matter what the situation was, it could not stop the footsteps of the experts of the 33 heavens. I wonder how those three are doing now. It's time for them to wake up. Chu Daoju cast his gaze towards the hellfire. He saw Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and little Xingxing wrapped in scarlet flames. They were about to arrive at the second level of hell. If they did not wake up soon, they would have to forcefully interrupt them. However, that was not the result he wanted. It would definitely not benefit those three fellows. "They're awake," Lu Jingyun said all of a sudden. As soon as his voice fell, he saw that in Du Xiaofu's direction, a bright light suddenly soared from the scarlet figure that was like blazing iron, covering the entire figure. Then, wisps of green smoke rose from the scarlet figure. Its color slowly darkened, and finally, Du Xiaofu's figure was revealed. On the other side, Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing also slowly emerged from the state of tempering under Lu Ying's interference. The situation was similar to Du Xiaofu's as they gradually revealed their figures in front of everyone. Swish, the three of them opened their eyes almost at the same time. 6 beams of light shot out from their eyes like 6 sharp swords, piercing through the void and creating black holes. Within these black holes, there was a chaotic aura constantly rolling. Chapter 2904. Phew, Du Xiaofu stood in the air and set up a celestial qi shield around his body, isolating himself from the terrifying hellfire. He carefully sensed his current state, and a feeling of pleasant surprise welled up in his heart. As expected, the hellfire is extraordinary. After a long period of tempering, it actually condensed my physical body and primordial spirit to such an extent. He couldn't help but be overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. After so many days, his physical body had been tempered to an extreme, and his immortal Xian body had reached another level, reaching the peak. It was difficult for him to make any further progress. Du Xiaofu faintly felt that even if he didn't use the Azure Spirit Armor and the Azure Dragon Body, his defensive power had reached the same level as the Hellfire. It was very terrifying. In addition to the huge transformation of his physical body, the power of his primordial spirit had also increased significantly. As the one and only virtual Wei realm after the ancient times, it was very close to the Great Wei. Under the fusion of the 4 great laws, it could naturally produce the rhythm of the Great Wei. And now, Du Xiaofu felt that when the power of his primordial spirit spread out, he could touch a deeper level of the power of the Great Wei origin. Then, he could mobilize it for his own use. It could be said that this experience in the Hellfire was a huge sublimation, allowing his strength and cultivation to increase significantly. This kind of improvement was not an ordinary breakthrough to a higher realm, but a process of qualitative change. Little Yao, little Xingxing, these two fellows seemed to have gained a lot. When Du Xiaofu woke up, he already saw Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing's figures and couldn't help but feel surprised. And after a simple inspection, he was shocked to find that these two people's strength had also increased tremendously. The Hellfire was probably one of the most terrifying flames in the world. It could burn a person's physical body and primordial spirit. While tempering themselves here, Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing also obtained great benefits. Their mental appearance had faintly changed, becoming even more profound and vast. "Get ready, we're about to enter the second level of hell," Lu Jingyun said to Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and little Xingxing. His gaze became more serious as he looked at the direction of their feet. There was a boundless demonic energy surging up, passing through the blazing flames. The devil qi was far denser than it had been in the first level of hell. The second level of the 18 levels of hell. Du Xiaofu's eyes and, little Xingxing, let's go in and see what it's like. After he said that, his speed increased, and he quickly. And he Xingxing, sinking. In Xingxing, Xingxing, Xingxing and Xingyan, Xingxing, Xingyan, and Xingyingxing, on, Xing boom. The aura of millions of people intertwined together produced a terrifying vibration, causing the entire space to shake violently. It was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves to surge into the sky. Such a large group of people had extraordinary strength. Once they arrived in the second level of hell, it was as if thousands of mountains had collapsed and thousands of waves had roared. The entire space was shaken. It was as terrifying as an earthquake. Invisible ripples spread out, directly flattening millions of li of the void. Powerful cultivators have arrived. In the second level of hell, some powerful cultivators instantly sensed the situation and discovered the traces of Du Xiaofu and millions of people. Then, more powerful cultivators of the demon clan discovered this scene. Everyone was first shocked, and then a heated discussion broke out. It's people from the outside world who have broken into the 18 levels of hell. How dare they? What do they think the 18 levels of hell are? How dare they take the initiative to come to us? It's good that they're here. These people deserve to die anyway. We're just sending them on their way sooner. Mwahaha. Is this the so-called they don't want to walk the path to heaven but break into the gate of hell? Along with the discussions, more figures soared into the sky. No less than 100 experts of the demon clan were heading towards Du Xiaofu's group. The demon clan in the second level of hell doesn't seem to be strong enough. Someone standing next to Du Xiaofu said as if he was surprised. Indeed, those 100 experts of the demon clan were the first ones who had found them. However, although they were strong, they were only at the immortal realm. The strongest one was at the 5th or 6th sky of immortal realm. With Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, and Long Su's strength in the meditative realm, in a very short amount of time, they were able to roughly see through the devil clan's living beings in this space. In the second level of hell, there are more immortal realm experts than in the first level. At least several thousand. Du Xiaofu spoke, as he understood. Compared to the enormous number of the demon clan, this number was too insignificant. Once his army of millions pressed down, it would be a one-sided massacre. They would be able to directly push through. I don't think we can find any secret in this level. It's reasonable that the number of experts is small. However, if we keep going like this, the demon clan will become stronger as we go further down. At that time, it will be the most difficult time for us. Next to Du Xiaofu, an old man in the meditative forgetfulness realm revealed a worried expression. What he said made sense. The demon clan in the second level of hell was too strong. They were much stronger than the demon clan in the first level. If this situation continued, the further they went, the greater the resistance they would encounter. However, they didn't know which level they would be in when the two sides would have a fierce collision. Let's go step by step. We don't need to worry too much. Du Xiaofu pondered and then said. While they were talking, with their speed, they had already arrived in front of the hundreds of demon clan experts. When they saw that Du Xiaofu's side had millions of creatures, the demon clan experts realized the seriousness of the matter. They seemed to have underestimated the strength of the newcomers. Millions of creatures, at least in the immortal realm. Is the 33 heavens coming out in full force? This is too terrifying. Run. If we don't leave now, we will die here before we can kill our way into the 33 heavens. In an instant, more than 100 immortal realm experts of the demon clan scattered and fled into the distance. In other places in this space, more demon clan experts appeared. Originally, they were all rushing towards Du Xiaofu's group. However, after investigating the strength of these creatures, everyone began to flee. The situation was no different from the first level of hell. Kill. Kill all the demon clan experts above the immortal realm. Du Xiaofu let out a long shout from his throat. His voice shook the 9 heavens and resounded through the sky, causing the blood-red sky to tremble violently. He flashed, holding the heavenly palace of purple gold in his hand. He broke the void and directly approached a demon clan expert at 6th sky of immortal realm, slashing his sword down. Swish, the dazzling sword light was like a falling sky pillar. It plunged and reached the demon clan expert immediately. Roar, looking at the sword light expanding in front of him, the demon clan expert at 6th sky of immortal realm screeched tragically. Endless fear expanded in his eyes. When Du Xiaofu's sword light fell, the demon clan expert was cut into halves. The purplish gold heavenly sword's momentum did not decrease. It continued to charge forward and cut through the outer defenses of another devil race expert, causing him to also turn into two corpses that fell from the sky. Kill. The other experts also moved together with Du Xiaofu. Many of them whistled and soared into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, they stormed into the crowd of demon clan experts. The entire space in this layer was shaken violently. As the experts of the 33 heavens were slaughtering, the demon clan experts scattered and screamed continuously. Run! 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 It was the same as the situation in the first layer of hell. The demon clan was routed. When they realized that there were so many experts who had entered and how powerful they were, no one could maintain the will to resist. All of them panicked and fled in all directions. Kill! As the powerhouses of the 33 heavens roared out, they swept through the second level of hell like a hurricane. On the ground, the soil that was originally emitting a scarlet energy was dyed red once more by the blood of the demons, flowing all over the ground. A terrifying might came crashing down like a tsunami, whistling through the air. Monstrous waves of energy surged in all directions, spreading out in all directions. The sky and the ground were filled with endless energy, raising a murderous storm. I found the entrance to the third layer of hell. Du Xiaofu took the lead. Wherever he passed, a massive number of demon clan powerhouses would fall. The number of immortal demons on this level was limited. Those below the immortal boundary were even less able to stop him. He looked like a god of death, constantly reaping lives. Facing the current situation in the second layer of hell, directly pushing through was the best choice. Before news of this spread to the third layer of hell, he needed to lead the powerhouses of the 33 heavens and continue to kill the demon clan. Hundreds of thousands of powerhouses continued to push forwards, their speed extremely fast. Let alone stopping them, even keeping their lives depended on the will of the heavens. As long as a demon clan expert was in the path of the 33 heavens army, they would all die a violent death. The second layer of hell seems to have a bit more aura than the first. In the distance, Du Xiaofu said to Lu Jingyun with a sound transmission. With a casual wave of his hand, large swathes of demon clan experts were annihilated. The methods of a seated oblivion powerhouse were truly amazing. I also vaguely feel it, but I can't distinguish it clearly. Du Xiaofu nodded and replied. He frowned, once again increasing the power of his primordial spirit, and carefully probed. The more vague it was, the more curious Du Xiaofu was, and he wanted to understand the situation. However, just as Du Xiaofu finished speaking and everyone was moving forward at full speed, there was a sudden soft, plop sound that entered the ears of Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, Long Su, Du Xiaofu, and the others. This soft sound was not noticeable at all, but it was clearly transmitted into the ears of these experts in the meditative realm. Plop. Not long after, another soft sound was heard. Many immortal realm experts were unable to sense it, but to the seated oblivion powerhouses, it was like a muffled drum in their ears, causing their hearts to tremble. Heartbeat. This is the sound of a heartbeat. There's a powerhouse in the dark. Long Su cried out in alarm, as if his entire body was scared stiff. Faintly, there seemed to be some kind of powerful life form hibernating in the dark, but also seemed to be in a deep sleep, making it difficult to grasp. That was the aura of a life form, and there was the sound of a heartbeat. To a powerhouse like Long Su, this kind of vague feeling made him extremely uneasy. It was very difficult to find an existence in this world that could give him such a feeling. This life aura is very extraordinary. To be able to sense it, but not be able to discover its exact location, one can imagine how terrifying its strength is. On the side, Long Ke pursed his lips and said after some consideration. As a powerhouse at the third level of the seated oblivion realm, he was naturally able to vaguely sense the existence of that aura. However, just like Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others, Long K was also unable to find the exact location of that aura. However, one could imagine that the one hidden in the dark was definitely a shocking powerhouse. To be able to let the aura leak out and be sensed by others, but not be discovered by many seated oblivion powerhouses, how ferocious must one's cultivation be to be able to do this? Perhaps it was a carrying Dao realm expert. Thinking up to here, Du Xiaofu and the other seated oblivion realm experts' hearts couldn't help but tighten fiercely, as if an invisible hand was tightly squeezing them. Is it a devil clan rancor? Could it be a devil general who is in a deep slumber? Du Xiaofu couldn't help but make such a guess, his heart incomparably heavy. It was said that in the ancient times, devil ancestor Luo Ho had several devil generals by his side. Every one of them was incomparably powerful, not weaker than the blood ancestor, Yuan Feng, and the others. They were even more terrifying than the two great devil attendants, Dongli Qi Huang and Chen Yan. However, in that endless battle, a group of devil generals were also suppressed one after another, and along with the devil clan's primordial spirit, they were buried in the 18 levels of hell. Now, Du Xiaofu and the others could clearly sense the aura of life in the second level of hell, and speculate that its strength was definitely extraordinary, so they couldn't help but think that it was one of those devil generals. If there really is a devil general here, I'm afraid none of us will be able to walk out of the 18 levels of hell alive, let alone go deeper and launch an even more ferocious attack against the devil clan. An old man in the meditative realm said with a deep voice and a deep sense of worry. He wasn't wrong. A devil general at the Dao vessel realm was truly too terrifying. Just like the blood ancestor, even if he'd been suppressed for countless years, he was still capable of causing a storm in the world as soon as he emerged into the world, and he caused everyone to feel fearful and terrified. If there really was a carrying Dao realm devil general in this level, and if he appeared again, then all of them would probably be buried here, and how would they be able to advance deeper into the 18 levels of hell? Thump. 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 Du Xiaofu and the others fell into a period of silence as they discussed. It was during this period of time that muffled thunder-like noises sounded again and again. Every time a muffled sound rang out, it was like a heavy hammer pounding on everyone's hearts, causing them to feel endless heaviness in their hearts. This feeling was so terrifying that even Du Xiaofu and the seated Oblivion Realm experts couldn't ignore it. If that really is a devil general, then we can only pray that he is still sealed and can't do anything about our arrival. Du Xiaofu's face was extremely serious as he spoke softly. As he said this, he felt that his guess might be very likely. After all, they had already come here and wantonly slaughtered the devil clan. If that carrying Dao realm devil general could awaken, he would not easily tolerate the actions of the 33 heavens experts. It must be as Martial Uncle Du said. Lu Jingyun nodded, indicating that he agreed with Du Xiaofu's idea. This made many seated Oblivion Realm experts heave a long sigh of relief. Killing their way into the 18 layers of hell was a crazy move. Many of them were even prepared to fight the devil clan to bring peace to the 33 heavens. However, if they encountered a carrying Dao realm devil general as soon as they entered the second layer of hell and lost more than half of their millions of people, then this trip would be no different from courting death. Their actions would become a laughing stock and the devil clan would take delight in talking about it. No one wanted this kind of result to happen. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was dying here without being able to reap any rewards. Making a meaningless sacrifice was the most lamentable thing. I hope it is as the Yuqing Divine Emperor said. The best result is that we kill our way to the devil ancestor's location. If that's the case, then even if this old man dies, I will definitely be able to rest in peace. An old seated Oblivion Realm expert sighed softly and said. This was everyone's wish. This was the goal they wanted to achieve on this trip. Moreover, if they could really kill their way to the devil ancestor and face him head-on, then they wouldn't need to do anything. At that time, Lu Xiaoyu, who came from the 3,000 great thousand worlds and possessed the carrying Dao realm, would definitely appear and face the devil ancestor on their behalf. This terrifying existence had his own plans and arrangements. When everyone entered the 18 layers of hell, he also went to make some arrangements. This was something everyone knew. We don't have to worry about this. Let's just continue to push forward. No matter what the situation is, we are powerless to change anything. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the seated Oblivion Realm experts, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but comfort them. For them, an army of millions could do nothing against a carrying Dao Realm expert. They could only wait to be slaughtered, unless his father, Lu Xiaoyu, personally came. In other words, the Devil General was still in a deep sleep and was suppressed by a powerful seal. They couldn't rush in and kill him. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to continue to push forward into the third layer of hell. Chapter 2905. After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the meditative forgetfulness experts stopped talking. Instead of walking through this journey with a heavy heart, it was better to open up and give the demon race a heavy blow. Let's go. Let's find the entrance to the third layer of hell. One of the powerhouses regained his composure and let out a soft cry as he shot forward. Kill. The devil race in the 18 layers of hell, as long as their cultivation is above the true severing realm, kill one if you see one, kill two if you see two. Another expert shouted. His killing intent was so cold that it sent chills down everyone's spine. The millions of immortal realm experts did not sense the existence of the heartbeat in the dark. Naturally, they did not have the worries of the meditative forgetfulness experts. The Tao-carrying expert who might be a devil general did not give them any pressure. They could not hide the enthusiasm in their hearts as they continued to kill. Everyone continued to push forward, crushing everything in their way as they advanced deeper into the second layer of hell. The meditative forgetfulness experts did not pour cold water on them and told them what they had sensed. Just like the first layer of hell, there was probably a broken seal in the first layer of hell that could lead to the third layer of hell. The most important thing now was to find that seal and enter it. Then, they would advance to the third layer of hell. Rumble, in the second layer of hell, the fierce killing continued. All the devil race experts who were in the path of the 33 heavens experts were wiped out. Not a single one of them survived. The devil race fled in all directions, but no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the pursuit of the millions of experts. Everyone carried out a fierce slaughter as they continued to move forward. After an unknown period of time, many of them had ended the lives of many devil race experts. The aura they exuded was earth-shattering, and the killing intent soared into the sky. Du Xiaofu was the same. Every time he attacked, he would reap a large number of lives. His essence, qi, and spirit condensed into a special charm, giving him an awe-inspiring aura. The entrance to the third layer of hell is not far ahead. Du Xiaofu said with a burning gaze as he traversed the void. The power of his soul spread out, and he could sense a familiar aura ahead. It was the aura of hellfire that he had seen at the entrance to the second level. This aura might be the entrance to the third floor. Let's go. Beside him, Lu Jingyun waved his sleeve and instantly left with a large group of people. After sweeping through the second layer of hell, by the time they arrived here, there were already very few devils. Hellfire is really good stuff. But this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain much from it. Du Xiaofu was not slow at all. He quickly caught up with the group in front of him. He thought to himself as he looked at the sea of flames. After the refinement last time, his body and soul had been condensed to the limit, reaching the apex of what he could achieve at his level. If he continued to temper himself in there, it would be very difficult for him to obtain any more benefits. This time, let's have a try. My cultivation base has been stuck at 9th sky of Immortal Realm for many years, but I'm not willing to give up. Even if I can't break through the meditative realm, at least I'll be satisfied with one more step. Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, and Long San couldn't help but look at the terrifying flames ahead of them. Their eyes couldn't hide their bright light. They had been at ninth sky of immortal realm for many years. However, after so many years, they had tried to find a chance to enter the meditative realm, but they couldn't succeed. Just like Yu Taiyan, who had created the Yuqing divine kingdom, he had resolutely given up the God King position after encountering the bottleneck that he couldn't break through. He wanted to find a chance to break through. This chance didn't have to be a blessed land or a place left by an expert. It also didn't have to be a divine object. Perhaps this fortuitous encounter was just a moment when he was wandering the world, when his heart suddenly throbbed, and he was suddenly enlightened and enlightened. Thus, the experts at ninth sky of immortal realm like Chu Dao Ju, Ling Feng, and Long San didn't expect to break through a big realm in the hell flame. They didn't expect to reach the meditative realm that only a few people in this world could reach. They just wanted to increase their cultivation base, which had been stagnant for so many years. It was enough to make them excited. Ha ha ha. I hope we can get something this time. Xiaofu is smart. He can think of this method. Using the hell flame to refine the body, it's not a bad idea. Chu Dao Ju and the other two laughed. They stormed out of the crowd and jumped into the hell flame. Right after that, they withdrew the energy from their bodies and started to use the fierce flame to refine their bodies and primordial spirits. Seeing their actions, the other high-level immortal realm experts in the 33 heavens couldn't help but follow them. Shortly after, the hell flame covered more than 1,000 people at the same time. If it weren't for some meditative forgetfulness experts stopping them, there would probably be even more people who wanted to give it a try. We have to take care of them. We can't let anything unexpected happen. A meditative realm elder with white hair and a beard said as such. Although these high-level immortal realm experts had good cultivation bases, they were still much weaker than Du Xiaofu. They couldn't resist the hell flame with their own strength. They still needed the help of the meditative realm experts, just like little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao. Otherwise, if they were careless, they would be swallowed by the hell flame and turned into ashes. It's really hard to use it again after refining it once. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and little Xingxing also jumped into the hell flame. However, the three of them could feel that the hell flame still burned them. It was still unbearably hot, but it wasn't like before when it could refine their bodies and primordial spirits. Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao both felt disappointed when they sensed the situation. Under Lu Jingyan's protection, they returned rather reluctantly in the end, entering the protection cast down by the experts of the Oblivion realm. Dad, do you still want to continue refining? Seeing that Du Xiaofu had no intention of returning, little Xingxing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and ask him. I want to try again. Du Xiaofu didn't look at her and only replied. He had some new ideas. Perhaps it would be hard for him to improve his body and primordial spirit, but perhaps he could continue to try in other areas. The hell flame was a rare item. Du Xiaofu didn't want to waste time. After all, it would take a long time to reach the third layer. You still want to try? Du Xiaoyao, Lu Jingyun, Long Ke, and the rest were all surprised as well. It was very clear that Du Xiaofu would not have much of an effect if he continued to stay in the infernal realm. Rather than enduring the immense pain, he might as well properly adjust his breathing and prepare to enter the next level of the infernal realm. I wonder if this will work. Du Xiaofu ignored everyone's gazes and only focused slightly. Without thinking, he removed all the protection around his body and allowed the boundless heat to engulf him. It was as if he was about to melt. This time, because his body and primordial spirit had both evolved to a terrifying level, it was much easier for him to endure compared to the first time. Du Xiaofu tried to move all the heat in his body towards his lower abdomen. At his lower abdomen, there was a ball of unimaginably vigorous energy. It was the primal chaos origin that Heavenly Lord Absolute had left behind. He had an even bolder idea. He wanted to use the hell flame to roast the primal chaos origin so that he could continue refining it. I hope it will work. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. His entire body quickly turned scarlet red, like a piece of cooked iron. Streams of hot air began to flow within his body. He directed all of them towards the primal chaos source. Back in the divine battle world, Du Xiaofu had spent hundreds of years in the space left behind by Heavenly Lord Absolute. He had only refined a small part of the primal chaos origin, but his cultivation had directly increased by a level. Heavenly Lord Absolute had once said that Du Xiaofu could rely on the primal chaos origin that he had left behind. As long as he finished refining it, he would be able to easily step into the realm of Tao and become the strongest existence in the world. Du Xiaofu had such conditions. He had transcended the truth-severing realm with the 4 primordial laws and achieved the virtual path realm. With the help of the primal chaos origin, this process was naturally much easier than normal cultivation. However, the primal chaos origin was an extremely rare and overbearing object. How could it be easy to refine it? It was also because of this that Du Xiaofu had only managed to refine a small part of it until now. He hoped that he could refine more of it through the hellfire and raise his strength to another level. Within the 18 levels of hell, there were still huge tests waiting for him. The first and second levels that he had just passed were just simple appetizers. The challenges that came after would definitely exceed his imagination. Martial Uncle Du, this is, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and the other meditative experts all looked at Du Xiaofu with puzzlement in their eyes. They were unable to pry into the existence of the primal chaos origin, nor did they know what that fellow was trying to do by continuing to soak in the boiling flames. Under such circumstances, time passed slowly. Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the other immortal realm experts were in the same situation as Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing previously. They all needed experts to protect them, control the temperature of the fire, and carry out the calcining and tempering. Everyone could clearly feel that the aura of these thousands of people were changing. It became increasingly vast and deep, with a special charm that it had never had before. One could imagine that once they walked out of the flames, their strength would definitely increase. The Yuqing Divine Emperor's condition is so strange. There are clearly no changes to his body, but why does he give off an unfathomable feeling? When everyone looked at Du Xiaofu, some meditative experts couldn't help but frown and mumble. Du Xiaofu's body sank along with them. As he passed through the hellfire, his entire body was completely red. His current condition was very strange. It wasn't like when he was at the entrance of the second level, where he revealed a fierce aura. At this moment, the flames burning Du Xiaofu's body didn't seem to hurt or itch at all. It was as if they were silently absorbed by him. This puzzled everyone. Logically speaking, after Du Xiaofu removed all of his defenses, he shouldn't be able to resist all of them. At the very least, there should be some movement. However, this wasn't the case. His entire body was like a crimson-red fossil. He didn't move at all. The endless flames burning his body didn't cause any more changes. I keep having the feeling that something incredible is happening to him. Lu Jingyun said softly. This time, no one replied. Many experts fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu's body. They wanted to see what would happen to him in the end. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was in an indescribable state. He didn't care about what was happening outside his body. He only focused on controlling the path of the flames outside his body. Enveloped by the scorching aura, the chaos origin began to show signs of melting. Under normal circumstances, the origin of chaos was like a hard rock that couldn't be shaken at all. But at this moment, under the terrifying burning of the hellfire, it was like a piece of wax. It began to shine and was then absorbed by Du Xiaofu's body. The terrifying origin of chaos rampaged through Du Xiaofu's body, constantly nourishing his body in primordial spirit. After experiencing a metamorphosis, Du Xiaofu had already reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. It was equivalent to having a solid foundation. After receiving the nourishment this time, his cultivation began to faintly rise. This origin of chaos is really extraordinary. Even the hellfire can only burn a trace of its power. If I want to absorb and refine it normally, it's really too difficult. As the changes in his body occurred, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think of this. When he first obtained the origin of chaos, his body received a huge amount of energy. At the same time, the secret connection between him and Shenwu world became deeper. This caused his own cultivation to rise, so he was able to refine more of the origin of chaos power. In the process, he himself benefited greatly, and the benefits were astonishing. However, after that time, the origin of chaos seemed to have fallen into silence, and it was difficult for it to move again. Du Xiaofu wanted to shake it and use its power for his own use, and the best way to do that was to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. But after entering the second level of the Void Dao realm, it was extremely difficult to take another step forward. Condensing the Dao, transforming the Dao, carrying the Dao with one's body. He was now at the transforming the Dao, and if he took another step forward, he would be carrying the Dao with his body. That was the same cultivation level as senior brother Lu Xiaoyu. Du Xiaofu wasn't naive enough to think that he didn't need to put in any effort to achieve the Dao carrying body. Therefore, he worked hard to use the power of the hellfire to temper his body. He also wanted to burn the origin of chaos so that he could become a little stronger, a little stronger. Even if it was just a little, it was still a foundation. Every bit of accumulation was preparation for future breakthroughs. As long as he continued to work hard and persevere, Du Xiaofu believed that breaking through to the Dao carrying body wouldn't be difficult. If he wanted to defeat Jiangchen and protect the people he wanted to protect, he had to work hard bit by bit and become stronger. I seem to feel that Senior Master Du's strength has faintly increased again. Around him, Lu Jingyun suddenly raised his eyebrows and said softly. I feel it too. Senior Master Du is too awesome. He can actually cultivate peacefully under the cover of the hellfire. Long Ke also exclaimed and sighed with emotion. At this time, the other experts also felt a considerable amount of shock. Du Xiaofu's current transformation was different from tempering his physical body and primordial spirit. The previous tempering was to transform his physical body and primordial spirit. But now, his cultivation was faintly increasing, and this had a different meaning. This kid is one of a kind in this world. I really don't know how he reached this step today. An old man smiled bitterly and said with incomparable emotion. That's right. Otherwise, why would there be such a person in the Void Dao realm in the entire 33 heavens? Another person spoke up with a bitter smile on his face. Just based on this point, I think we should calm down. No matter what happens to that guy, no matter how shocking it is, it's still something that can be understood. Suddenly, an expert pondered for a moment and said such words. When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Du Xiaofu had already refreshed the world's understanding time and time again. He had only cultivated for 1,000 years to the Void Dao realm. Just this gimmick alone was enough to scare people. If it was in the past, who in the 33 heavens would dare to believe that someone could do this? But Du Xiaofu had done it, shocking the entire world. And after that, no matter what kind of shocking things happened to him, it was easier for people to accept. In the end, there was only one reason. Who told this brat to be the greatest freak in the entire 33 heavens since ancient times? Everyone was looking forward to the day when this weirdo would fully bloom and display the most dazzling brilliance in the 33 heavens, illuminating the world and surpassing all living beings. Is it Empyrean Absolute's primal chaos source? Among the crowd, Lu Jingyun suddenly raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. As the strongest person present, his perception was sharper than anyone else's. Even the slightest change in Du Xiaofu's body could not escape his senses. Only that ball of primal chaos source was not within this range. Therefore, Lu Jingyun had some faint guesses in his heart. He roughly guessed why Du Xiaofu would have such a subtle change. Chapter 2906. Time passed silently. Many high-level immortal realm experts were immersed in the hellfire, being burned by the terrifying scarlet flames. With the help of the meditative oblivion realm experts, these thousands of people did not have to worry about any problems. However, their strength was limited after all. After enduring for a period of time, they left on their own and returned to the protection of the experts, unable to continue tempering themselves. However, after going through such an experience, these people's cultivation had improved greatly. Everyone's aura was much more condensed, looking even more profound, like an unfathomable abyss. Only Du Xiaofu remained in that strange state, causing many experts to feel astonished. Finally, just as they were about to enter the third layer of hell, Du Xiaofu woke up. When he looked at the experts, they all felt a vigorous Taoist rhyme flowing out from his eyes, causing the surrounding space to change strangely. This kind of natural power that flowed out was deep and vast, unintentionally causing a great impact. Junior Master Du's cultivation has improved again. Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and the rest of the meditative oblivion realm experts looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They were all experts, so naturally, they could clearly feel the aura emanating from Du Xiaofu's body. It was so much stronger than before, almost 20% stronger. This was too terrifying, unimaginable. Just cultivating in the hellfire once, and there was such a huge improvement. It was simply too frightening. I feel that if this guy's strength improves by a few more percent, I'm afraid this old man won't be his opponent. An old man in the first level of meditative oblivion realm suddenly said, shaking his head and sighing bitterly. Du Xiaofu's strength was already close to the first level of meditative oblivion realm. After this improvement, it was natural that he would become even stronger. The three levels of the virtual path realm were Tao condensation, Tao derivation, and body Tao. The second level required continuous improvement. At the end, one could compete with the third level of meditative oblivion realm. At that time, Du Xiaofu would be in a similar situation as Lu Jingyun and the others. After that, he would be able to surpass Lu Jingyun and the others. Then, he would be able to take the final step and achieve a true body of Tao. He would be able to walk his own path and break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. To him, this process was much, much easier than the third level of meditative realm. The void Tao realm seemed to be the stepping stone to the realm of Tao bearers. All the Tao bearers who had existed since the beginning of the world had entered this realm. All the worlds were created from the primal chaos. They carried the Tao with their bodies, comprehended the primal chaos energy, and stood above everything else. Have we arrived at the third layer of hell? After Du Xiaofu woke up, he didn't care about the surprised gazes of the crowd and simply said this. He cast his gaze towards his feet and spread out the power of his soul. He sensed that the exit of the hellfire space was not far away. We'll be able to leave soon. The third layer of hell, we're here. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Lu Jingyun and the others gathered their thoughts. Their eyes flashed as they began to brew a terrifying killing intent. Once they arrived at the third layer of hell, a new massacre was about to unfold. Facing the demons, they would not show any mercy. They would only kill until their hands went limp. Let's go. With Du Xiaofu's shout, millions of powerhouses moved out. Their voices shook the void as they rushed into the third layer of hell. The scene that followed was just like the previous two layers. It was a one-sided slaughter. In the third layer of hell, a large number of high-level immortal realm demons finally appeared. There were no less than tens of thousands of them in the immortal realm. But compared to the powerhouses from the 33 heavens, these numbers were not enough. A terrifying slaughter unfolded. Many demons were killed until they were terrified and fled for their lives. However, how could they escape the slaughter? Several hundred meditative boundary powerhouses attacked, easily suppressing the immortal realm powerhouses and killing them. A terrifying wind and rain of blood scattered in all directions, filling every corner of the third layer of hell. Demon blood flowed all over the ground. Broken limbs and broken bones of the demons shot out, but even more were annihilated into nothingness. Kill. The powerhouses from the 33 heavens were like gods of death descending. Their methods were no less bloody than the demons. They knew that every demon that was killed would be one less demon. In the future, when they attacked the 33 heavens, the damage would be reduced. In such a situation, no one would hold back. The best way to deal with the demons was to kill. Kill to stop killing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the entire space, scarlet red filled the skies. The mountains shook, the earth shook, the void exploded, the universe turned upside down, and the heavens shook. The sounds of roars and slaughter rose and fell one after another, and they interweaved into a pleasing movement that played the song of death loudly, causing the hearts of all to shake. Du Xiaofu and the other powerhouses pushed forward, directly killing their way to the entrance of the fourth layer of hell. At this time, in the third layer of hell, the top powerhouses of the demons had all been killed or injured. Not a single immortal realm demon was left. As for the majority of the true Severing Realm demon powerhouses, more than half of them had died. Only a few managed to escape with their lives. And this was because Du Xiaofu and the others were not willing to chase after them. They only wanted to go all out and break through a few more layers before the news of them entering the 18 layers of hell spread. If they could kill their way to the demon ancestor, that would be the best result. At the entrance to the fourth layer, there was also a broken seal. Hellfire burned fiercely. This time, Du Xiaofu still grasped the opportunity. He let the terrifying flames wrap around his body and then controlled them, turning them to his lower abdomen and roasting the chaos source in his body. Hellfire was the most powerful flame in the world. It was the seal that the great god Pangu had set up to seal the demon ancestor's primordial spirit. Although the seal had been broken, it still retained a great deal of power. The power of the primal chaos source could also be incinerated and absorbed by Du Xiaofu. However, this was still a broken seal. Almost all of its power was lost. As a result, the chaos source only flowed out some chaos chi. There was almost no visible change in its size. However, in this process, Du Xiaofu had obtained incomparably huge benefits. The tempering effect of the hellfire is too good. This time, we have to seize the opportunity. Many of the other experts said aloud. Another 1,000 or so creatures stepped into the flames. With the protection of the powerhouses of oblivion, their bodies and primordial spirits were cleansed, and they achieved great progress. Some of the powerhouses who were at a bottleneck directly broke through a level of cultivation, and their strength increased greatly. Everyone passed through the broken seal. It did not take long for them to enter the fourth layer of hell. A new round of slaughter began. It was almost the same as before. The only difference was that there were even more demon powerhouses in the fourth layer. A massive number of powerhouses appeared, and there were even several existences at the meditative realm. However, the more than 200 meditative realm powerhouses of the 33 heavens rushed forwards, instantly suppressing these demons. They swept through everything like a hot knife through butter. Their slaughter shook the heavens and earth as they rapidly advanced, their momentum swift and fierce. Borrowing this momentum, the powerhouses of the 33 heavens broke through several hells. No one could stop them. It was unknown just how many demons died at their hands. The truth-severing boundary, the immortal boundary, the meditative realm, all added together were innumerable. And at every barrier between the two hells, there would be powerhouses tempering themselves, increasing their strength. Some powerhouses of the 33 heavens also fell, but overall, the number wasn't great. Everyone was well aware that if they did not slaughter their way into the 18 hells, the number of powerhouses they would lose in the future would be countless times greater than what they had lost today. Every demon that died had the potential to take away the life of the 33 heavens. Therefore, this loss was really insignificant. In the 5th layer of hell, the 7th layer of hell, the 8th layer of hell, the 9th layer of hell, and in this 10th layer of hell, I can sense the aura of life. I wonder what kind of existence it is. Everyone borrowed the incomparably ferocious momentum and killed their way through the 10th layer of hell. At this time, Lu Jingyun, Long Ke, Du Xiaofu and the rest of the meditative realm powerhouses' hearts were filled with even more doubts. In the 5th layer, 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer, and 10th layer of hell, they all seemed to sense the existence of life in the dark. The faint sound of heartbeats could be heard, causing everyone's hearts to sink. This is definitely not an illusion. There must be a sleeping powerhouse in the dark. Long Ke was also very worried. His handsome brows were tightly knitted together. Along the way, they had encountered many similar situations. It couldn't be an accident or an illusion. The senses of a group of meditative realm powerhouses were definitely real. And this kind of situation where they couldn't be sure of it made everyone feel even more uneasy. In the 1st layer, 3rd layer, 4th layer, and 6th layer of hell, there wasn't such a feeling. However, there might be a sleeping powerhouse in there as well. It's just that they didn't show any signs of it. Lu Qing stepped forward and said so. This speculation wasn't without reason. In the majority of the layers, such a situation had occurred. Only in the 4th layer of hell, there was no feeling. Perhaps it was just that they hadn't discovered it yet. It's fine. At this time, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth. He thought for a while and said, no matter what kind of powerhouse is in the dark, there's one thing we can be sure of right now. These powerhouses can't pose any threat to us. No matter if they're sleeping or still sealed, it's impossible for them to make a move against us. So, we'll continue as usual and continue to charge through the 18 layers of hell. I'd like to see when those terrifying powerhouses of the devil race will appear. Chapter 2907. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, everyone agreed. His words were not without reason. If the person who had been sealed or slumbering in the dark could make a move, he would not sit back and watch them pass through the 10th level of hell. If a Tao attainment powerhouse made a move, the millions of powerhouses in the 33 heavens would be instantly destroyed. Enter the 11th level of hell. After a simple exchange, Du Xiaofu and the others once again embarked on their journey. The entrance to the 11th level of hell was found. Many powerhouses rushed in and began to cross the flames of hell. The flames that filled the sky enveloped Du Xiaofu and the others once again. Everyone had experienced this many times and was no longer as shocked as they were at the beginning. Instead, for many people, this was a huge opportunity. It was a benefit that they could not obtain in the past. However, this time, there were more than 200 meditative powerhouses accompanying them. With their protection, it was naturally easy for everyone to obtain such benefits. There was no need to worry about any danger. Huff huff huff, everyone continued to move forward. Tongues of fire curled up in the sky. No one spoke. Everyone was used to this. Du Xiaofu once again entered the same state as before. He used the blazing flames to burn the chaos source and refine it. Now, that lump of primal chaos source had clearly decreased. His strength had already increased greatly, and his progress was extremely fast. Some of the ordinary meditative powerhouses were no longer his match. Everyone could not help but think in their hearts. If this guy was allowed to continue refining like this, who knew what kind of realm he would reach when he passed through the 18th level of hell? Besides Du Xiaofu, the other immortal powerhouses who had not been refined in the chaos source would naturally not let go of such an opportunity. Time passed silently. In everyone's opinion, perhaps everything would be the same as before. No accidents would happen until they entered the 11th level of hell. However, at a certain moment, a terrifying tremor suddenly came from the void. Rumble, This trembling sound was like the collapse of 10,000 mountains and the roar of 1,000 waves. It caused the flame space where the powerhouses of the 33 heavens were located to tremble in an extremely terrifying manner. The void directly collapsed and disintegrated, turning into a piece of chaos. Not good. Everyone, come back quickly. A meditative Oblivion Realm expert shouted and instantly took action, pulling the experts who were being tempered in the flames back and placing them under the protection of the others. The defense set up by hundreds of meditative forgetfulness powerhouses was also shaking and on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others were protecting him with all their might. Only then did he manage to hold on. Boom boom boom, this tremor lasted for a very long time. Everyone stood in the void unsteadily, as if they were about to fall. I wonder what happened in the 18 levels of hell that caused such a huge commotion. I'm afraid an unimaginable change has occurred. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. It must be related to the demon race. This commotion came from the depths of the 18 layers of hell. Perhaps it's related to the demon ancestor. Could it be that he has once again recovered to an extremely strong state? The experts of the 33 heavens could not help but begin to discuss. Everyone's hearts were incomparably heavy. For such a huge commotion to occur in the 18 layers of hell, the first thing that came to mind was the demon race. This was their world. The biggest possibility was still the demon ancestor. However, they did not know what kind of existence the demon race had triggered. Boom boom boom, the terrifying tremor spread in all directions, causing everyone's eardrums to be muddled. It lasted for a long time. Only until a certain moment did everything calm down. The flame space that everyone was in also returned to its previous state and stopped shaking. Seeing such a scene, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Long Ke, and the others let out a long sigh of relief. This is definitely not a good sign. As long as it's related to the demon race, we must be careful. Beside Du Xiaofu and the others, Chu Daoju's face was solemn as he said. It had been many years since the demon ancestor entered the 18 layers of hell. It had also been many years since they entered this place. Today, they had already arrived at the 11th layer of hell, but they had yet to encounter any fierce resistance from the demon race. This kind of performance did not match the demon race's ferocious momentum at all. From this, it could be inferred that the demon race's true strength had already retreated to the depths of the 18 layers of hell. The further down the experts of the 33 heavens went, the greater the resistance they would face. And now that such a terrifying commotion had occurred, no one knew what exactly caused it. They were afraid that it was a change caused by a certain expert of the demon race whose strength had greatly increased. And this expert of the demon race was most likely the demon ancestor. Such a deduction could not help but cause everyone's hearts to feel heavy. No matter what happened, we still have to continue. Lu Jingyun thought for a moment and said. That's right. We'll know in the future. Let's just take one step at a time. This hellfire is a rare good thing. I'd better go in and cultivate for a while. Du Xiaofu nodded, and then rushed out again, entering the hellfire. Seeing this, everyone could only look at each other. The 18 layers of hell had a total of 18 layers of space. Each layer was a major world from the primordial era. After the great god Pangu suppressed the demon ancestor's nascent divinity, all of the layers of space were combined into one by an invisible force, connected by a mysterious force. The heaven-shaking, earth-shaking seal collapsed, causing the deeper one went into the 18 layers of hell, the more terrifying it became. The demon ancestor's nascent divinity had been divided into 18 parts, each of which was suppressed within the 18 layers of hell. When Jiangchen killed the demon god in the divine battle world and obtained a part of the demon ancestor's nascent divinity, he recovered much of his memories from the primordial era and learned of his own origins. And so, after entering the 33 heavens, Jiangchen began making preparations to enter the 18 layers of hell. He attempted to merge all of his nascent divinity, recover his peak strength, and once again lead the countless demon ancestors in conquering the 33 heavens. Many years passed in a hurry. Now, Jiangchen had entered the 16th layer of hell. On this day, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Chu Daoju, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the other powerhouses of the 33 heavens had broken through the 18 layers of hell and were on their way to the 11th layer. When they encountered the terrifying commotion, Jiangchen's figure stood at the entrance to the 17th layer of hell. In front of him was a sea of raging, scarlet flames. Compared to the hellfire Du Xiaofu and the others had encountered, they were tens of thousands of times more powerful. However, at the center of the raging flames was an enormous, pitch-black hole. Dense demonic qi roiled endlessly within. The overwhelming demonic qi continuously corroded the terrifying flames, causing their might to grow weaker and weaker. Your Excellency, you've already entered the 17th layer of hell. If you succeed in merging 2 more nascent divinities, your Excellency's strength will reach its peak. At that point, the demon race will once again descend upon the 33 heavens and take control of all worlds. Millions upon millions of living beings will prostrate themselves before the might of the demon race. Behind Jiangchen, Dongli Qihuang took half a step forward. He gazed at the incomparably terrifying raging flames in front of him and spoke with a sinister smile. His words carried uncontrollable complacency. It was as if he'd already seen that day arrive. The demon race would slaughter the 33 heavens, causing the countless living beings of Pangu world to tremble in fear. It's not just the 33 heavens. We can't let go of the 3,000 boundless worlds either. That Lu Xiaoyu has repeatedly interfered in the affairs of the demon race. He can't be tolerated. Since he has the guts to participate in the conflict between the demon race and the 33 heavens, then he must be prepared for the demon race to raise the 3,000 boundless worlds to the ground. On the other side, Chen Yan spoke coldly. Ever since the 2 of them learned of their true identities, that they were the reincarnations of 2 great demon attendants from the primordial era, they couldn't help but begin to look forward to their excellency returning to the peak. So long as the demon ancestor returned, under his leadership, the 33 heavens that had lost the protection of Pangu would be like fish on a chopping block. They'd be at the mercy of the demon race. Presently, there were no more terrifying existences like Pangu and Exalted Celestial in this world. The demon ancestor was the strongest existence. The only thing they had to be wary of was the creator of the 3,000 boundless worlds, a fiend god that had similarly walked out from the primal chaos. However, they weren't particularly worried about this. The demon ancestor had an undying body. If Pangu and Exalted Celestial hadn't joined forces during the primordial era, it would have been impossible for them to suppress him. On the other hand, Exalted Celestial had perished a long time ago, and Pangu had fallen into a deep slumber for countless years. So, who in this world could go against the demon ancestor? Who had the ability to suppress him? Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan didn't doubt that so long as their excellency recovered his full strength, sweeping through the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds would be just around the corner. Lu Xiaoyu had set foot in the 33 heavens many years ago and pursued the demon god. Now, he'd even become enemies with the demon race. The 3,000 boundless worlds behind him had to be destroyed. Reducing them to a demon realm was the best punishment for him. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Lu Xiaoyu isn't a simple person. Don't underestimate him. Hearing Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan's words, Jiangchen's gaze didn't waver. He simply stared at the raging flames in front of him. He was as tall and handsome as ever. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind, revealing his extreme calmness and aloofness. Although Lu Xiaoyu is valiant, compared to your excellency, he's nothing. Dongli Qihuang's expression twisted as he spoke viciously. Only in front of Jiangchen did he have the confidence to say these words. If he'd faced Lu Xiaoyu directly, he'd never have dared to say such arrogant words. My physical body has been trapped in the divine battle world for many years. Lu Xiaoyu must have sensed everything from the primordial era. I'm certain he's made his own arrangements. He absolutely won't tolerate our demon race making a comeback so easily. Jiang Qin's face was expressionless, as if he wasn't moved at all. He continued, but what surprises me is that we've already reached the entrance to the 17th layer of hell, yet he still hasn't made any moves. In that case, even I can't be sure what exactly he's up to. What I fear is that if he does, he'll pose an unimaginable obstacle to our demon race. As he finished speaking, Jiang Qin's handsome brows furrowed slightly, as if he were worried. He'd already met Lu Xiaoyu and knew how strong he was. Although he hadn't yet reached the imageless realm, he'd already walked extremely far into the realm of Tao attainment. He was only separated by a thin sheet of paper from the last of the 9 major realms. No one knew whether Lu Xiaoyu would eventually reach the imageless realm. If he did, he'd become a formidable foe. Add to that the fact that he was the creator of the 3,000 universes, and the demon race might very well be suppressed once more. Jiang Qin would follow in their footsteps, just like in the primordial era. Today, Jiang Qin had already reached the entrance to the 17th layer of hell. All he needed to do was merge with the last 2 strands of his nascent spirit and he'd quickly return to his peak. However, Lu Xiaoyu hadn't made any moves for so long. This was what worried Jiang Qin the most. No matter what, Jiang Qin refused to believe that Lu Xiaoyu didn't have any tricks up his sleeve. How could such an expert sit idly by and watch as he recovered and the demon race rose to prominence? The more he didn't make any moves, the more uneasy Jiang Qin felt. Your Excellency, there's no need to worry. So long as he merges with the last 2 strands of his nascent spirit, even if Lu Xiaoyu reaches the imageless realm, there's no need to worry. I refuse to believe that he'll be like Pangu and Exalted Celestial and have the courage to fight to the death and perish together with our demon race. After all, he's a Hotian life form, not a primal chaos life form. He attaches great importance to matters of life and death. How could he possibly abandon the boundless prosperity of this world? Besides, how could the imageless realm be so easily attained? Chen Yan suddenly laughed sinisterly, emanating a sinister aura. His deduction wasn't without reason. Since time immemorial, only fiend gods who'd emerged from the primal chaos had been able to reach the imageless realm. Yet Lu Xiaoyu was merely a Hotian life form. There was still a Xiantian life form between him and a primal chaos life form. Such a gap was enough to form a natural chasm that blocked his path. It was a crucial factor that prevented him from taking that final step. If it wasn't for the imageless realm, then how could he fight His Excellency? Lu Xiaoyu. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu. He isn't a simple figure. But it's good as well. Only with his existence would the demon race have a challenge. Otherwise, even if we annihilate the 33 heavens and take control of all the worlds, what meaning would there be if we had one less opponent to fight for? Jiang Qin lowered his eyes slightly and said in a light voice, I think that he'll definitely not be willing to suppress me, nor will he sacrifice himself for the benefit of others like Pangu and Exalted Celestial did, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan were stunned. My lord, what do you mean? Dongli Qihuang frowned and asked carefully. Qin Yan raised his head and looked at the side of Jiang Qin's face, and he wanted to hear Jiang Qin's answer. The outcome he wants is probably to directly kill me and put an end to all future troubles. If it's just a simple suppression, then he could have made a move since we met at the first level of hell. Jiang Qin explained in this way. When Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan heard this, they fell silent. They had to admit that Lu Xiaoyu was extremely powerful. Not to mention the fact that he could directly suppress Jiang Qin when they met in the first level of hell. Even now that Jiang Qin had fused 16 nascent spirits, it would be difficult for him to defeat Lu Xiaoyu. They both knew that Lu Xiaoyu must have had his own plans all these years. Just as His Excellency had said, Lu Xiaoyu's goal was to truly kill His Excellency and not simply suppress him. Lu Xiaoyu wanted to completely erase his excellency from this world, pacify the 33 heavens, and prevent the 3,000 boundless worlds from falling into chaos. Du Xiaofu. The key to all of this lies with Du Xiaofu. Chen Yan's gaze suddenly turned gloomy. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and spit out hatefully. That brat should have died long ago, but he's actually still alive today. The words, Du Xiaofu, caused Dongli Qihuang's expression to turn extremely unsightly. The two of them had formed an irreconcilable enmity with Du Xiaofu since the early days of the divine martial world. After arriving in the 33 heavens, they'd repeatedly tried to kill Du Xiaofu, but to no avail. There was no lack of past grudges between them, but even more so, they wanted to get rid of the demon race. However, the results each time disappointed them greatly. Their hatred for Du Xiaofu only grew deeper and deeper. At first, Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan didn't dare publicize this matter because of Du Xiaofu's friendship with Jiang Chen. Later, however, they learned that everything they'd done had been tacitly approved by Jiang Chen. Du Xiaofu. Jiang Chen's expression returned to its usual calm and indifference. He muttered Du Xiaofu's name. Their friendship with this young man had long since faded. Their past camaraderie had vanished like smoke in thin air after that attack. However, Du Xiaofu had grown too quickly. If he was allowed to continue breaking through, he'd become a huge threat to Jiang Chen. He's already entered the 18th layer of hell. You two should go stop him. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and said to Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan, "Don't worry." Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan were shocked, and they glanced at each other. They hadn't received any news that Du Xiaofu had entered the 18th layer of hell. Now that Jiang Chen mentioned it, how could they not be surprised? This time, the 33 heavens have turned out in full force. Millions of imperishable and over 200 seated forgetful experts. This kind of strength is enough to shake the entire 18th layer of hell. If no Tao realization experts appear, who can stop them? Jiang Chen sighed softly, then said, "You may go. There's no need to try to kill Du Xiaofu. He's not someone you can kill. Just keep him outside the 17th layer of hell. Once I've merged with all of my nascent divinities, I'll personally suppress Du Xiaofu." After he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's figure flickered and gradually blurred. A moment later, he vanished from where he'd been standing, leaving no trace behind. Not far away, where the blazing seal was, demonic qi roiled even more fiercely. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.